workshop meeting, January 27th. Appreciate all the council members here and those in attendance and in the audience and virtual. We are having this broadcast via YouTube link at washingtoncity.org/meetings, and we invite any and all to participate with us. Looks like we have 3 discussion items. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the workshop.
So moved.
Councilman Muddy, second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2, discussion of the improvements at the power generation plant. Rick Hansen, Power Director.
Hello? Okay. This item, I don't know how many have been out to our generation plant, but the upstairs floor is just a big giant room. And we've been wanting for a while to get some offices, some changing rooms for the crew. Right now they change underneath the stairwell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no place for them, so
Hmm.
they make do. So we've wanted to do this for a while. And so what this project would do is add 3 new offices, a men's and a women's changing room, another restroom, and a small storage. And in your package, you should have got a little layout of what it would look like. When we started this project, we originally tried to contact the original architect, got no response. We've tried other architects, got no response. It's just too small of a project for people to monkey with right now. And so we did find the original contractor that built the building, and he actually kind of took the bull by the horns, and he's the one that actually put together the plan view and came up with a proposal, a firm proposal for us. And so that's kind of the history behind it. We originally budgeted $75,000. It came in at about, 127, just a little over that. But a couple of our other projects have been under budget, so we have the funds available to do it. And so we'd recommend the council approve that. And we haven't done the traditional bid process just because we haven't been able to get much response from the architectural community and other things. So, and it makes sense to use these guys. They're planning on using obviously the same materials. It's the same subcontractors. Pete Blake or D Blake was going to do the electrical and the HVAC and all that. So they're familiar with the building since they put it in the first time. So we wanted to make sure you understood the background and why we're proposing to approve it.
But you did put it out for a bid. Right? You just didn't get any responses.
We called, but we never got any responses to the calls to generate plans. And if we were to do that at this point, we'd have to again go through that same process. Hopefully find an architect and put a bigger package together, send it out. My suspicion that would cost, I don't know, $10,000, $15,000 to have an architect do that. So I really feel like in the end, this will probably be the most cost-effective way to go.
So Rick, is it your plan then that you would move your office out to this new facility once the office space is completed?
That is correct, right? Yeah. I would move out there, and then possibly Donna, and then we have another employee, Mike Roos, that does our GIS right now. He's just set up on a couple tables in that big room. So those would be the 3 that would occupy that. And then that would free up some space here in the city office for some other needs.
Rick, does it contemplate future growth? Is there room for more expansion out there? It's been a long time since I've been to the generation building, but
we could, there's the one office downstairs that's quite large that we could probably divide into 2 if we needed. For the most part, the crews, they have a common room that they use, and they're out in the field, so they don't really need individual offices. So I think it would carry us for quite a while if we were able to do this.
So a common restroom would just be downstairs.
No, it actually would be a second one upstairs. Right now we have one downstairs, one upstairs. And at times, again, they all come in at the same time and I'll leave at the same time. So it would be nice to have that other facility there.
So has our building department reviewed these or looked at them?
Yeah, there's a couple things that Gary wants us to do on the tie-in to the rafters, and we can do that pretty easy. So I don't see that as, but Gary has reviewed it and didn't see any issues with the plan. And we haven't done the formal permit process, but we will. But he looked at it and he just said he wanted to see the ties to the trusses for the tops and how they were going to do that. So, and I've talked to Hoskins and they said they could put that together pretty quick. So. Any other questions of why or how we ended up where we are?
Just
So,
one.
Are we voting on this
It's on the agenda tonight.
today? And then the next thing that would come to us after, they wouldn't really come back to us at
No.
all after that.
No, I would probably issue the PO tomorrow if we get the approval tonight.
So how fast are they going to start? As soon as
I think they can. He indicated, well, they wanted to start a little while ago, and I said, no, we got to get it approved. Probably within the next couple of weeks, and they estimate 2 to 3 months to get it all done.
so first of summer potentially.
Pardon?
First of summer,
Yeah.
so midsummer.
So that would be the goal.
And my question was answered. I read it on here that it's in the capital facilities budget.
Yes. Yeah, like I say, originally it was at a lower amount, but with the other projects coming in under, we're able to cover it without making a change to the. Because to be honest, the 75,000 originally was just a guess on my part.
Kind of a low gas.
It was. It's just like my projects at home.
And that's back when building products were a little less. too.
Yeah.
So you obviously have some history with Hoskins Construction. I know that they're a very reputable company. I'm just looking over the proposal here. It doesn't dive into a lot of detail,
It doesn't, and he can provide that if we,
but you're comfortable with the details that's been worked
because
out.
there's quite a bit, the bathroom facilities are inherently expensive, and they have to pretty much demo all the ceiling to move all the lights and the HVAC, and so there's a fair amount of demo that has to happen in addition to the.
Is it your plan to do electrical under the stairs?
We will do that under it. It has more to do with SCADA, and we'll deal with that under a separate budget or a code.
But has that amount been accounted for and budgeted, do you think?
I'll probably budget for it next year,
Okay.
and I'll work with Pete to come up with a little better number on that we can budget for next year.
How long do you anticipate it will take to build out?
They said 2 to 3 months. He thought he could have it done, and again, a lot of that just depends on the subcontractors.
Better hurry, the materials will go up.
I think it's great, Rick. I think it looks really good. I
Okay,
think there's a lot of common sense in the way you approached it, and I see you're being frugal. And
we try. So, if there's no any other.
Any additional questions? We just FYI, I don't know if you're really want to have another discussion on this. If you're inclined to approve it, I think we could move it up on the agenda and get it off a little quicker.
I think we should.
Yeah.
Shouldn't make
Agreed.
me
Okay
sit
with
here
that.
all night.
Or even
Thank
at
you.
home. Even,
Let Rick
if
go.
he's viewing it.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
on-
So
on
if you're
call.
willing to do that, that would be terrific.
Which item is that on our actual agenda?
It's 14.
13 or 14, I think.
And again, that evolves as the agenda gets built. So, but if you're willing to do that, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, we'll move on to item 2. Discussion regarding public hearings, city manager.
Well, this is certainly more of a discussion than a presentation. I'd like to find out what what you'd like to do going forward, and maybe have a good discussion about it. We're looking for a process, and I think I've sent out a couple of emails detailing what the process is we've been using as we try to come up with something that works for COVID, but something that works beyond. So we're looking at it. People really want to have other options besides just coming in to discuss these public hearing matters. So if we can come up with something that works during COVID, hopefully we can carry it on. Right now, let me just outline the current process, and then we can have this discussion. Comments online, the online process, comments are limited to 5,000 characters. And we did that to more or less try to limit it to 3 minutes in length if you were to read that comment out. We do have some people that have done multiple comments. And so there's a way to work around if they really feel like they need to give more than that. We've asked them to be respectful and stay on topic. And I think that's helped a lot. In the last couple of meetings, we've seen those comments become a lot better. They're not allowed to contain personal attacks, threatening or harassing language, or slanderous remarks. And I think that's similar. That comes out of the handbook from the Council for Open Meetings in this room. And so we've asked the same thing online. One thing that we've discussed is, when do we close those comments? And Denise might have some input on that too. Right now, we're taking those comments right up until the end of the public hearing, which makes it rather difficult for her to sift through those, figure out which ones we have read, we haven't read, what has been turned over and what hasn't. Any comments that come in that way as online comments are added to the record, they're added to the minutes, and they're forwarded to the City Council ahead of the meeting, so that or the Planning Commission. So we're doing this for both people. We are not reading those comments aloud during the meeting, and I think one of the reasons that you see that, the last Planning Commission, we had over 150 public comments that came in electronically. So it is a good way to do it, because we get a lot more comment. We can read through them a lot quicker. But if we were to read those aloud, I mean, just the time it would take would be enormous. And I think everybody hopefully can get the gist of those comments reading them ahead of time. But what I would like to propose is that we set a time limit. We cut those comments off at a certain point. And what I'd like to propose, and we're certainly not stuck on it, would be 5 p.m. the day before the meeting. Then we would stop accepting the electronic comments. We would forward those on to the planning commissioners or the City Council. And then at that point, people would still have the option to come in person to the meeting if they wanted to make comments. That would be a change from what we're currently doing. Let me talk a little bit about in-person comments. And this is, I'll read something from David Church out of the League Powers and Duties Handbook. Take it for what it's worth. Do it, don't do it. But this is what he has to say about public hearings. Public hearings can become quite contentious. It's the duty of the chair of the meeting to see that they're kept in control. The best way to do this is to establish clear rules for the public hearing. Those rules can include reasonable limitations on the time each speaker is given and the conduct of the speaker. So we talked about that with the online communication. What is reasonable depends on the issue, the number of people present, and the time constraints of the meeting. One good way of keeping a public hearing on track is for the chair to keep members of the council and city staff from responding directly to the member of the public who is speaking. It is very tempting to try to correct misstatements made in a public hearing, but this is rarely helpful. It leads to unnecessary confrontation and argument. A public hearing is a time for the public to speak. It is the time for the council members, and I would say staff, to not pontificate, but to listen. So that's out of the Powers and Duties Handbook. So I don't know what that helps as far as the in-person meetings, but we did have a comment at our last meeting that was over 20 minutes long. So it feels like, you know, I don't know if you want to talk about in-person or not, but that's what that is. We also had a question, and so I looked it up in our own rule book on public hearings as to the order that it's supposed to take. This is probably more for me. You probably all understand this, but the order from our meeting policies is number one, it's appropriate. The appropriate staff member presents. Then number two, the applicant has a turn to discuss and present information. Then 3, we have the public comments. And then 4, we close the public hearing with no further public remarks. So we've done it different ways at different times, but that, as far as our rules, is the way it's set out. So any thoughts on that as far as online and how we want to do that? I have heard some people complain that, you know, staff gets to comment, the applicant gets to put something in, and then public comments,
and then the applicant gets to then answer. We tend to direct questions to the applicant to, and then they feel like, oh, well, you know, he got to go twice or something. And I don't know. I think some of that largely has to do with the manner in which some of those were answered or possibly seemingly to be dismissed.
But typically an applicant likes to address concerns, you know, or address the questions that were brought upon by the public and say, hey, I'm addressing this, you know, all these items. So it makes sense to let the applicant speak at the end because it's his or her proposal that they're submitting on. But I understand where you're coming from. I don't know how you.
It's just a comment I've heard a number of times that I hadn't thought of, but I've become a little bit sensitive to.
No, and I appreciate that. But sometimes you gotta, unless new information comes up, is how I look at it. If there was something new came up from the applicant speaking, then maybe it needs to be addressed by the public. But if it's not new, then it's just them venting on the applicant, like correcting them at that point. Is how I look at it. But
I think that's the intention, is to try to separate those pieces of the public hearing. But otherwise, then you get the applicant talking again, and then the public wants to come back and talk about what the applicant talked about, and then he wants to at some point there has to be a time for each person, and then your time is up, and then it's the council's meeting again to make their decision. But
So in reference to the your remarks regarding electronic comments and closure, I think I would be more inclined to understand that there's a logistical problem to get those out, but I would, rather than closing it a day before, because a lot of people are going to procrastinate and leave it to the last minute, and we of course want to hear everyone's comment, I would be more inclined to maybe, rather than have those in an electronic format, you could add them in a printed manner or something that we could get just before. But I do think that it's important that we allow citizens, residents to have say right up until the meeting starts. And then the last thing is, I think that our mayor has done a great job in allowing people to speak, even when they want to come back and they have something to say. And I think he's shown good judgment in allowing that. And of course, not everyone's going to want to come back, but we certainly don't ever want to be looked at like we don't want to hear everything, even if they had an opportunity, maybe they forgot something they want to say. So for me, that's where I'm at. I think those two things would be really important to maintain transparency and trying to serve the public.
is there a way to put a disclaimer on after 24 hours? Because I'm just telling you, like, if it's not in our packet the night before, there's no way I'm going to be able to read 50.
Well, even then, it's some cases it's really difficult. You get 20 of those in there. I mean, you have to schedule a block of time in your life to go and plow through those. In some ways, 5 o'clock the night before isn't not soon enough.
It's
but
not.
But again,
but
the same point is, what's that?
It's not. I agree. Like, realistically, we'd want it when we get the rest of our packets, but real life, when we get the rest of our data, to review that weekend before as we go into the week.
The part that becomes difficult is you're taking it in a different format, so it's not part of the meeting. So then the people who are here are not necessarily hearing those comments. They're not getting a chance to actually feel the weight of those comments and have people have that interjected in there. I didn't mind the reading of those in. I'm just trying to weigh all of that out, and I know some people really hated the reading of it in, but it takes that voice of the people, and especially where they can't actually come, and it actually injects them back into the meeting. And I think therein lies is where some of the frustration from the public comes, is they're just feeling like they're not heard. And we have to kind of remember that the idea of a public meeting, an open public comment is pretty, it's pretty slim. They don't get much. All they get is the chance to just kind of say what they have. Ideally, you'd almost have this larger conversation where everybody gets to hear both sides and weigh out the issues. And we don't have that. We just have this comment. Those are the things that are just I keep trying to tease out in my mind how to have everything. I really hope that I want us to continue to have a write-in option, because I think in some cases people who are pro the issue don't feel nearly as bad about writing something in as they do about standing up in the middle of 100 people and saying something nice about something that everybody else is hating on.
I guess my thought is that it is nice to have something beforehand. I think all of us like to ask a question of someone who has a point to make. And if we don't get it till the night of the meeting, then we don't have the opportunity to ask any question. And maybe, at least I think that's appropriate for us to ask a question of an individual who's, got a comment on a public hearing, at a public hearing on something that we have before us. I asked a couple of questions the last go around, and I think we don't need to debate anything. It's just a clarification and a question. But if we don't have those before, we get 20 of them after the fact, we're not going to be able to.
That is true. There's been
Any
times
input?
where I've had individuals come, and the only thing I understand from them is they're angry. Like I don't understand any of your words. I just feel you're angry, and the couple of clarifying. And I get the whole debate thing, but yeah. So what?
So what you have for tonight is we cut off the public comment at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
I think we're intending to read any comments that came through, but you were emailed all the comments that came in by 5 yesterday, and so we won't read all of them. But I'm afraid if we keep doing that,
Yeah.
then
people just
then
learn
it will
that-
be, well, let's wait till the day of and we can get it read in. And then we've had complaints about the way it's read in. Wasn't enough emotion. You can't, so we have certainly had more comments, and I think the comments have been better. And you're right, we've had more positive comments with the email option. We have to have a process, I think,
I'm
that
just
works
trying to
for
wonder-
everybody. Plus we have 8 public hearings tonight.
Is
So
there
if we're reading all the comments, I mean, if we had 2 or 3 of them, boy, we could really lengthen this thing out if we read them all.
and again, I'm just trying to throw ideas out here, but is there a possibility of even just summarizing the comments? We had 5 that sounded like they were against, 2 that absolutely declared against. Some of the issues that were brought up were here and here.
That would be nice, but I think you're going to get some complaints about that their words weren't heard. We've already heard
Didn't
that.
summarize it correctly.
Yeah,
or,
yeah, you didn't say it right, and I want to be
I
heard.
can't hear Denise. Just maybe you can just.
Sorry, I just have the impression that people would think that we're trying to censor what they're saying. If we were to read them and say,
Well, yeah, and
there was this many before and this many against, I don't want the public to think that we're,
how do you draw attention to the fact that they have participated in that? Because you could write something in, some really heartfelt issue, and honestly the council could even really feel it and react to it and actually change part of the discussion, and them not even know that it was even heard. Or I don't know, it's a tough thing.
Historically, we've had people write a letter who couldn't be here. They're across the country and they're concerned about it. They write a letter. And so, they do what they have to do, and we follow suit with that. But what we're talking about is hopefully is just temporary, right? I mean, once we get beyond, somewhat temporary, so that we hope more people will come in, so that we aren't everything, 150 aren't electronically done.
Well, I think we do, but I think the future really, as we move forward, people would like that option to not have to come in at a certain time on a certain day. They'd like to be able to make their comments. So I think there are a certain segment that really enjoy this. They like to be able to do that this way. But so,
I think that option always needs to be there. I'm just thinking that it's probably going to change. Hopefully, I would rather see someone standing right there, because I want to feel the emotion. I want to see the emotion. I want to really try to understand. But in text, we don't always get that. But hopefully,
This is one of, sorry if I didn't cut you. This is one of the things that I have honestly disliked about being on the council is oftentimes you'll have a very weighty issue and people will email you, and they'll wait till 20-30 minutes before the meeting, and they're emailing you, and then they'll stand up and ask you, did you read my email? Well, no, I'm traveling over here and just couldn't get to that. So I'm really reluctant to inject comments in and do the very thing that I have not appreciated in the past. I almost wonder if 2 days before would be a more reasonable cutoff for the comments, and just try it and see if it is a burden on the public, and then have people come in if they can't get it done before that, to come in. And now that would, that certainly wouldn't be appropriate if we didn't get the posting of something up until 24 hours before. I think we do a really good job about getting the postings up quite early.
You know, we're trying to have you know, the agenda posted and have you the information by Friday afternoon. So I think you're right. If something was done by Friday afternoon, we don't mind rolling it up and stopping them early. I mean, they still have that opportunity to come in and participate in public in person.
I just think that someone who's going to procrastinate to the last, now there might be those instances where they simply cannot, they don't hear about it soon enough. But when they just simply procrastinate to the last day, procrastination is procrastination. If they know that it's going to be Friday, then they better get it in by Friday. If you know.
So what if we do both? What if we say that it's cut off then and we get it sent to the packet? And we just put that in there to say that those will actually be sent to the council and will be, but if the public, until the meeting is closed to public comment, those can still be brought in. And a lot of these issues, we have a 2-week holdover. We could still, on our own, try to catch up on those. I think Denise has a concern about what I said, but.
Sorry. No, my question, I just wanted to let you know that these public comments that we got this time, most all of them took place on the 26th, which was yesterday, until 5 o'clock. We've had, I think, 4 more since then, but most of your public comments happen Monday through Tuesday. I mean, there are some that'll go a little farther, but the ones that get the public notices through the mail, a lot of those will, if they really want to get their voice out, they will send a letter, and I, of course, forward it on to you guys. I just wanted to let you know what has happened like this last couple days.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I think it works okay if you have enough time to read it between Monday or Tuesday night and Wednesday.
So if we're probably staying with the 5 p.m.
We can certainly change, if we can try it for a little while and see how it works and see what kind of comment we get back, if that would work. But I think that works well for staff, and it sounds like it might work well for the council. If people got used to it, they would know they needed to get their comments in, and if not, they had to come in person. But
And you're talking about 5 p.m. the day before.
The day before the meeting.
Mm-hmm. While we're thinking about that item, what happens if a comment comes in and it is completely slanderous or outside of the other protocols?
So on the online form, it tells them that their comment may be removed. And we haven't had to do that since we put that disclaimer up. But it would be like if someone came here in person and started to make those kind of remarks, I think we would shut down that comment. And so when I read comments in for the Planning Commission, I had to go through and remove the sections that I felt like were out of bounds. And we could certainly do that too, but we don't want to put in our minutes and in our public record forever and ever slanderous remarks or remarks that are inappropriate.
Is it possible to redline those out but still pass them on to the council?
Sure. We can do that.
Yeah, I liked what Councilman Bundy said about public comment being in the public venue. And to me, this is kind of that public venue. I remember times when most of us have probably been there when we have a packed council chambers and, you know, citizen after citizen gets up and they say a comment, and at some point the mayor says, who all agrees with this individual? And you know, most of the hands go up. I'm not saying that you can use that same approach for online comment, but when we have a public hearing, I think those that care enough to be heard, we have a way for them to be here. And so I think that's the best way for them to be heard. And if they go through an electronic method, then certainly it's not as effective. It may be, there may be a letter that they get to us early that reads, that changes the thought. But I think generally, whether the cutoff is 5 p.m. the day before for comments to be sent to us, and as others trickle in, they get forwarded on. I think we do our best to receive the information, and ultimately we're hearing all the information as best as we can, and we vote. So at this point, that's a long ways to say I generally am very supportive of the way you've been approaching it to this point. And my biggest thing is that it's just consistent with both the commission and the council, so that the public has so that they kind of get used to what to expect.
Well, so is everybody, I'm hearing that it feels like you're comfortable with the 5 p.m. the day before cutoff. And that would encourage people to come in if they wanted to and make in-person comments.
Yeah, I would just
We can
add
try
if
that and see how it
I
works.
like that to be the cutoff, but I agree also with Councilman Ivy. And I think Councilman Ward has kind of expressed this as well, is you don't want people to feel like they can't be heard, but it puts us in a difficult position to hear them if they wait till the last minute. So maybe if stragglers come in, they get forwarded. We do our best the day of council meeting, but maybe if what's advertised is a certain cutoff, because there's got to be a cutoff at some point that's reasonable. But if others come in, it is.
Why don't we just have the cutoff 24 hours? And if you want to address the council, you can privately email them after the 24 hours and put that as a disclaimer. Because then it doesn't put it on our staff to get all those packaged
Yeah,
up
that's
and
actually
kicked
not a
to
bad
us.
idea.
Just put right there. If it's posted after the 24-hour cutoff, you are more than welcome to email them personally.
You
But
can
there's
send
no-
an email or you can come in person.
And the only thing they wouldn't get is it wouldn't be part of the public.
It won't be part of the record.
Or even contact. I mean, it might be a phone call. It might be a, contact, your elected officials if you missed the cutoff. However they want to, I guess.
I'm trying to think of if as a citizen, what I would want.
Yeah.
First thing is, I wouldn't want to have my comments the last minute because first thing is I would want to be here. Second thing is if I have to send electronic or a hard copy letter, I would want to have it done before so that the dialogue, they get my point. Otherwise, if it's the 11th, 12th hour, we're not going to get the feel of what their concern is. Does that make sense? I want my voice to be heard beforehand.
Yeah,
That's the way
they
I
have a
think.
responsibility as a citizen.
Yeah, well, they do, and I would feel that way. I would feel like, hey, if I just send it up at the last minute and they have 100 comments, otherwise, there is no opportunity for a council member to ask a question about their point, or it just is not going to be as effective in my mind. So that's the way I would think as a citizen, and I really wanted my voice to be heard. Otherwise, they could send an email. That's fine too. But, for me, they may not hear from me for 2 or 3 days, if they're going to wait till the last minute. But
I like the idea of the 24 hours. The only thing that I'm thinking that 5 might be better, just because I don't want the recorders to have to stay late if the meeting starts at 6.
Yeah, that's the idea.
So maybe it's a cutoff at 5 or 4 or whatever's a reasonable time the day before. And then, just disclaimer, that's the best we can do. Otherwise, you're welcome to, if you're going to wait till the day of, come in person.
And they can get that when they click on the link after the 5 o'clock. They can get a message that says, you missed the cutoff for the electronic message, but you're welcome to come in person. I mean, it's a little bit hard during COVID because we are only allowing 20 people. But as a general rule, once we have the council room open, I think that's a really good option. It gives people 2 different ways, 2 different paths to take if they want to.
There's been good discussion. I guess I'll just circle back with my original point, and that is, I think we need to do everything we can to bring in meaningful public comment. I understand some time constraints, but I also think that with what's been discussed, as long I'd be comfortable with every means possible to get public comment and get it in front of us would be what I would like to see, because a lot of times, life sneaks up on people also, and I think that if we have the ability to read it, we have time to look at it, then that's great. And if we don't, then it was kind of on them that they didn't get it to you sooner. But that's my point. I think we have good discussion. I think that kind of where we're at, but I just don't want it to ever be viewed that we're not wanting public comment and that we don't appreciate it and need it. So
No, in fact, I thought it was a real positive thing that we had 150 public comments. That's really difficult to handle 150 comments in an open meeting, but it gives us a chance to read those. And I think the Planning Commission read those and they heard that information. I don't think it was any less effective than people coming in person, really.
And it's interesting because they, like us, a lot of their day of meeting is prepping. I had a few reach out to me with just questions and thoughts, and they were up to their neck in reading through those comments and trying to sift through it. But that's part of the position that we hold respectively, is to try to take that comment, and it's not always convenient the day of the meeting, but
Well, if there's no strenuous opposition, I'd like to go down that road. Let's just see how it goes for a month or two, and we can circle back and see if it worked okay. But I agree with you. Never do we want to give the impression that we're trying to limit the public comment anyway. In fact, I think what we're trying to do is make sure all the public comment is heard, and it doesn't get lost, and it doesn't come in so quickly before the meeting that we miss it. We don't hear it. So that's the goal. Good.
Mayor, council, I've mentioned this to others, but you know, we some of the public hearings we have, and the one that sticks out in my mind, forgive me for using that example again, is Dennis Iverson sat here for about 3 hours one evening when we were talking about the Long Valley Trails, and he just had 2 or 3 minutes that he wanted. He had to sit here for literally 3 hours. And I'm just wondering about trying to get public hearings started at a particular hour, you know, go through our agenda, do the public hearings when people know that they can expect that's when it's going to be, and then go back to and finish up the agenda. You know, I see other cities do it that way, you know, handle it that way. And just my thought, it just that way, if there are people here waiting and waiting and waiting, you know, he wasn't the only one. There are others that have come for public hearing or for an item, and they have to wait for hours. And that's a little bit tough as well. So anyway, just my thought. I don't know if we can
It's a great
do that.
thought. I think one of the challenges we have, and I think perhaps maybe I can mitigate a little bit this more with Denise and I, maybe I get with her a little sooner. I mean, I'm thinking, you know, we got 9 items, public hearings tonight. Do we chop it off at 3 every time and then you move on? Or is that fair to a developer? Or is that fair to, it's not. However, you know, I'm just trying to think a little, but like with Dennis, you know, we didn't know what he was really there to discuss and talk about. Maybe Denise and I look at them and prioritize them a little more, and get with council, because you could call me and say,
That
Yeah.
is one benefit of the write-ins. You'll start to get a sense of which items are going to be hot.
yeah,
And it might make
And
sense
just a
to,
thought.
to adjust the agenda to who is in the room and let them come make their comments, and then we can.
But don't you come into problems if you? I'm just an example of, hey, I'm the 7th public comment. Okay, I don't need to be there till 7 o'clock, and then all of a sudden you move it up to 6 o'clock, 6:30, and then you miss it. And you're like, did I miss it? I think there's a real problem with not sticking with the order on public hearings because of that.
They're all
If we have it published, though, we're okay, right? So that
No, I'm
they-
saying it's not published, but I'm just saying sometimes I've done this where I'm like, oh, I'm not going to be on for a couple hours. I don't want to come sit here for 2 hours.
Mhm.
So I'll just kind of, I mean, it's a risk you take,
Yeah.
but I don't like the fact that, oh, we're just not going to do item 1 through, especially, this is on public hearings only. Hey, let's just move all the public hearings up to 6 o'clock and start them right off the bat. What if people are like, oh, well, I didn't think you'd be ready till at least 6:30 and I missed my item.
Well, the way I've seen it advertised is that we will start public hearings at a given hour, and of course, if we have 9 items, someone's going to have to wait. Unless we split it up and do it every week. But I think that way they could expect and know that 7 o'clock hour or whatever, close. And that's actually the comment I think Dennis Iverson made or closely thereafter. And I think that's how it's advertised for some public meetings is, it will be, public hearings will begin at this hour, and then people know it begins there. But if you're the last one of 9, you're probably going to have to wait a certain period.
is there a reason that usually the first 4 items, approval, announcement, declarations, and consent, are consistent? And then in this particular meeting for tonight, we have item 5, preliminary plat, item 6, plat amendment. Is there a reason we have that, or could we possibly consider, moving public hearings to a consistent item 5, for example? And because those first 4 items usually go fairly quickly, and then we're right into and I've actually come to appreciate a little bit the holdover after the public hearing. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud, Councilman Ward, but I have come to appreciate that just a little bit.
So the reason why the preliminary plats and those particular items are to the front is because over time, our agendas have changed. First, we have the agendas the public hearings at the very beginning. Then they moved them back and let the fewer items that take the least amount of time be to the front of the agenda. So that's where we're at right now is we had a council that if it was just a plat amendment that was just a couple minutes long, if I put them at the very end after the public hearings, then they felt that there's only one of them or two of them and they should have been able to go first, but I can change it however you want.
I like how it is. I personally agree with that. That you want to deal with those plats that are quicker.
And obviously a final plat is consent agenda, that's pretty quick, but how long is reasonable to take on a preliminary plat? Some preliminary plats are quick.
Yeah.
Others have a little more vetting.
They kind of roll with the public hearing though. They can go both ways.
I kind of would make the suggestion that we don't change anything as a standard, but that maybe we all just pay attention to some of these different hot items and maybe have some discussion day before, some emails day before or whatever, or even day of or even during the meeting to say, maybe let's pay attention to some items we can move up and just see if there's some accommodations that we can make.
If you would like, I can, because I have notifications that are waiting till after this meeting. They're sitting up there folded on my desk waiting. But I can advertise that the public hearings will start at 6:30. That's fairly close to the front, and you guys can go down through the first part of the agenda, and then all of them would start at 6.
Yeah, because we would
Timetable.
we would still have items typically, like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
still are going to have items.
Right.
Start at 6:30,
Maybe
get to a
little
point,
gap,
start
but-
at 6:30, then go back to the.
Yeah.
Would you,
and it's just,
would you list it that the city council meeting starts at 6 and public hearings typically start at 6:30? Is that how you would say that?
That's what.
But then
that's up to you
what if we
guys.
get to a point, so we had this happen in the solid waste board, is that we started our meeting at 5, but we couldn't start a public hearing until 6.
We're sitting
Once
here.
it's
And so we
advertised.
basically waited for 15 minutes
Yeah.
for the public. So you wasted 15 minutes. So there's
Let's
that
leave-
issue too.
I'd like to leave it. I mean, people
I just
can
think we
go
leave it.
online and they can see the agenda. I know that maybe nobody does that, but I think it's better to give people all the information and trust that they will do their research and work on their own. And honestly, we have a lot, even in one of the comments today, we have people who are going out and talking to their neighbors. That's really impressive to get them involved in these things. And some people agree and some people don't, but they're getting them involved. I think that's the best way to go.
Having brought that up, I'm fine either way. I just thought that, there might be a way that we could kind of streamline that and help those that are here for public hearings. But again, I'm fine either way.
I think part of this is we're trying to take some pressure off of you. These meetings there's a lot happening. 8 public hearings is a lot for a council meeting. And we hate to have you here till 11 o'clock at night every council meeting, but whatever we can do to help move things along quicker, let us know.
So
And that's not a bad idea either. And I think a couple of us,
Well, I
somebody
talked
brought
to
this
the
up
mayor.
other day about
I
saying,
talked to the mayor about it last
Yeah.
night, is that if we get to a point in tonight's meeting and we know we're not even going to get close, we should just table it till like 2 days away and re-advertise and start over, is how I looked at it. If it gets that, who knows? These might go quick, they might go somewhat fast, but what if you're only halfway through the agenda and it's 10 o'clock? I would say, yeah, we probably should start making plans to have a special meeting next week or something like that to
and I
continue.
agree with that kind of flexibility of just saying, there's just a certain point where I'm not sure you're giving your best effort because you didn't plan for a 12-hour meeting, even though lunch was provided.
Okay. I think it was a valuable discussion. I think we got a lot of good information out of it. And
So
We'll
did
keep
you
trying.
get some direction?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm going to go my direction now, I guess. Let's see where we go.
I think the
If you don't
direction you
like it,
got
let me
was
know.
that you're doing it right already, right?
Yes.
We're
So
pretty
the
much right
change,
there.
the only change we'll do, and we'll test it for a little while and see how it works, is to cut the online comments off at 5 p.m. the day before the meeting, and give people then the option of contacting the council members by email or coming in person. That's the only change we'll do here, but we'll keep looking for ways we can make it more efficient.
Nice. Okay. Now this is the, we talked about this in a council meeting previously. And the only thing I didn't bring up then was I'm just really grateful for the effort that the staff has put in to make this work. I think we've done a great job. We haven't done everything perfect every time, but I'm really proud of the work that's been done to have this be as good as it can be. So thank you.
Well, I think it bears recognizing. You see the list of staff members on the board. They're all here.
Yeah,
They're
right.
just not in the meeting. And then you have technical staff behind the scenes. There's a lot that's going into producing the meetings this way, but they have done a really good job to make sure the public is still available and can be heard. So
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate that. We'll move on to, if there's no other discussion, we'll move on to item 4, discussion regarding the Cotton Days Committee. Having had discussions with several of the council members, which I appreciate very much, I've asked Jeremy to come up because he's been approached by a couple of the committee chairs to change the date on our Cotton Days, and then we can review with the council those that we're going to have on this committee, and he's got the list because I'll forget because my brain is not as functionable as it used to be. So.
Well, let's talk about 3 things. We'll talk about the committee, we'll talk about the date, and we'll talk about the budget. I think the committee is pretty straightforward. The recommendations are for Mike Jensen, Marcia Whitney, and Sherry Tate to serve as 3 co-chairs for that committee. Carmen Snow would be the representative from the Youth Council, Rosie Kirkland, and John Kirkland as community members, Ed Tracy from the Chamber, Mike Harless from the Historic Society, Rick Henry from the Lions Club, Roger Bundy, Councilman Bundy from City Council.
It's actually Russ Miller from the Lions Club. It used to be Rick
not
Henry. Rick has moved on. So
Okay. We'll make that change. Tess Prisby, who's our events coordinator from the city as a city liaison, and Brian Brown over finance and budget, David Woodcock with media, Ben Ray from the community center, Chiefs Williams and Evans, Paul Walker from Parks, and we have Jessica Black here from Power, but she's been replaced. So Nikki from Power would take her place, and then Andy Stevens from Streets. So I think it's a pretty typical as far as the city staff. Those people have served more or less with their positions in the past. And I think that looks like a pretty good committee unless you have any comments.
The question, Jessica Black, is she no longer with the city then, or what?
Yeah, she's finishing this week, I
Oh,
believe.
okay. I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
she-
Having been on the power board, I just wondered if I knew who she is, and she done a great job.
She's fantastic.
she's getting married.
She's getting married and
moving away.
Good for her. Then that's great.
It's hard to see good employees go though. She's great. So any comments on that, or does that sound reasonable?
Visiting with co-chair Sherry, she also would like to know if it'd be okay if they have an additional person they may want to use to do something. I didn't think that would be I don't know who it would be, but maybe they ask my wife to be over something, and I think that as long as I should involve our community members as many as you can. So I didn't think you'd have heartburn over stuff like that.
I think that's fantastic. I think there are hundreds of other volunteers that help in different capacities, and that's great. As far as the dates, we talked about this a little bit, but they would like to recommend the first week in May for Cotton Days. So that would move it a few weeks past the county fair.
Who is making the recommendation for the date change?
So the Cotton Days committee, it was Sherry that I met with, but
And they've already met and discussed this?
there's been some discussion. I don't know how formal the discussion was, but the benefit to that I see is it puts 3 weeks in between the parades. So we would be having the parade here for the county fair. And then if we do the first week in May, our parade would be on the 8th of May. So it puts really 3 weeks between those parades.
But
So they're not on top
isn't
of
the
each other.
county fair a one time? Like we talked about it being one time. They mentioned they might want to hear more, but we never said it was going to be here more, from my understanding.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I don't know what their plan is, but I think that they really like Washington City for their parade. And I think that if we do a good job hosting them, there's probably not a better venue.
So I'm not sure why they asked to change it, but as I recall, and Mayor, you may remember, but I do recall that before Ironman, this was for years, that it was the first week in May.
May,
So maybe
for years,
if I'm
yeah.
hearing, I'm thinking they might be just wanting to get back. I know there were some hurt feelings with different community members when the city had to move it up to accommodate Ironman. But maybe with the pancake breakfast, now they're just embracing it and rolling with it. I don't know for sure.
But is Ironman the 8th or the 1st?
I believe
It's going to be the first. It will have to be a separate event, and that's okay.
No, I'm just curious
Yeah.
like, if they're going to overlap at all.
No, they will not overlap.
Oh, what
Ironman's
dates
on the 1st of May.
did they, like, how do they want to do it? Did they say the dates then, or?
The only thing that I pulled out of that was that the parade would be on the Saturday. I think they would still be the same. It would just be that first full week in May.
The
As
end
far
of the
as-
week. So Saturday. So it would be like
Like the
Yeah,
8th
the
would
Saturday
be the
events would be on the
end,
8th.
so it would build up through the week after the Ironman breakfast and then would finish on the 8th.
Yeah.
Is that how you understand it? Okay. I like that.
I'm excited for my first Cotton Days, so I have to rely on you for guidance here. I don't. the
Well,
date sounds
Councilman
like a date to
Staley's
me.
exactly right. It used to be the first week of May, and then, well, and I'll take full responsibility when Ironman came in, and we all as mayors thought let's participate, and that made a good transition for us to go from there to ours, and quite frankly, it may have taken away from the flavor of Cotton Days a little bit, and so I think being separate is probably going to be a good thing. And, you know, they're changing the route of the bike route too. So we're going to need to find a decent spot where we can gather anyways.
I know David Woodcock met with us, and he liked, as far as advertising, to be able to say it's the first week in May. Then when we produce things, they can be used year over year, and it is a consistent time for people. They know when that's going to be.
I know somebody touched on this, but so we're thinking of this as a permanent move.
Well, I think it would definitely be for this year, and then let's see how it goes. But I think the intention is permanent, yes, because I think the county fair is always going to be the same time as well. So, what is permanent really? I don't know. But
It was permanent till 2020.
it was permanent till it wasn't, right? So, at least this year would be the question. Oh, and then the budget. If I'm not seeing any radical no head shakes, the Cotton Days budget this year is $20,000, which I think is a good budget for an event of this size. We're looking at a few things as far as them being able to roll their budget forward if they collect more money and they need to use it in subsequent years, or if they have sponsorships and things like that. And I think that's really reasonable. Of course, it would be included in the budget for you to review when we do budget time. But in discussing it with Brian, I think it's very doable, and that helps them a lot to be able to plan year to year.
So how much are you thinking roll?
Just depends on what they don't use, or if they receive sponsorships.
I think the
or
history of
revenue.
that was more that they went out and they were doing all this great work to get sponsors and put them in, and then whatever sponsors they got, we just cut off that money and gave them the same amount anyway. So I think it just felt so, yes, it was just so self-defeating to do work and do good things, and that your budget remain the same or get cut. So yeah.
As long as there's an accounting of what's going on.
We can do that very easily.
As long as they can show what they brought in from their sponsorships versus how much the city donated, I'm fine with. I mean, that's how I look at it. As long as we can track what's going on, because I think that's been some of the problems. There hasn't been much tracking of what's going on to show, at least that I have seen, to show us what's happening. I know we had the budget last year of 20,000 that we gave to them.
And we're happy to do that. In fact, having Brian involved from the beginning, I think will be very helpful in helping them understand how government accounting and finance works. But if he can help them understand, yes, we will track this. We'd be happy to give you an accounting when the event is finished and finalized. I think that'd be fine. And Brian would be happy to do that. And then we'll roll whatever we have or whatever they've collected to the next year. That's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, well, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We'll take a half-hour break.
So made.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great discussions.
I told them that the biggest problem that I've seen in modern COVID is that people don't follow the governor's guidelines. They add things to it. And I said, don't write to the governor. I said, I'll never do it. But I got to look at the governor. And I'm not sure if he broke it or but you know he broke his finger. Did you hear that?
I think I
He fell out of his back of his truck about a year and a half ago. And it's just been a constant. Last time I visited him, it's just still he just limps.
Yeah, I saw him walking months ago, but summer he was on a walker.
And I think that leg may have also, I think personally, that he injured that same kid when he broke his leg. It was just never addressed. So I don't know if he broke it, if he broke his hip actually, or if he just injured it. Their concern is insurance really upset because by him going in there and having a surgery and not having contact, he's just about ready to go, just to be really honest. And
Well,
so just
that's the
wanted to let you
same-
know,
Pretty much the same.
there a chance?
Staff meeting today. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not so much fun going outside and taking a walk.
How about that dinner?
Well, you know, I gotta go.
Doesn't make it. Yeah, for something else. Yeah. Move in.
Ready, gentlemen? Good. Welcome to our city council meeting tonight, January 27th. We would like to inform you or welcome those of you that are here and welcome you who are watching us virtually. You can see it on our YouTube link, washingtoncity.org/meetings. So we will start with an invocation. I've asked Councilman Bundy if he will offer that, and Councilman Ward if he will offer our Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we humbly bow before thee this evening and express our gratitude for this beautiful country that we live in, the freedoms that we have, particularly here in Utah and in our city of Washington. We're so glad to be here, and for all the citizens who are here and those who respect the community that we have and value the heritage that is here in this community. We're grateful for the opportunity to serve in the capacity as city council, mayor, and those who serve on staff level. We pray that impressions will be with us this night as we consider the agenda that we have, that we will make those decisions which would be most helpful and most beneficial, and that we will do so with honesty, integrity, and that we will do so in a positive way. Again, we're thankful for all that we enjoy in being in this free land, and we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance for this great country.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we'll move on to the item 1, approval of the agenda. I would like to change a little bit of the agenda to move items 13 and 14 after the consent agenda, if I may.
And Mayor, I have a couple of items also. Item 12A, which is the interlocal Ironman agreement. It came in after having an attorney read through it. He has some details that he wants to iron out. So if we could table that.
Okay.
And then I know it was in the packet, but 5A, the Desert Flower, Stephen Howcroft, that needs to be tabled also.
So shouldn't we just do that at the time and table it, or
Yeah, but he just wanted us to be aware of it, so I appreciate
just
it.
to
You're
make
aware of
sure we're aware, not tabling it right now?
No, just for informational purposes in case people are watching or listening at home.
Mayor, where would you like items 13 and 14?
Right under the consent agenda, right after the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to approve the agenda with the modification of item 13 and 14 moved up after item 4.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. With those other adjustments, the tabling of 5A and 12A, correct? Item 2, announcements. Any on the council that would have an announcement for the public?
I just have one, Mayor. The Washington City Concert Band will be playing Tuesday, February 2nd from 7 to 8 at Pineview High School under the direction of Sarah Lang.
And that's wonderful. It's free of charge. We invite you all to come.
It's also on, you can zoom in or online, right, Councilman Ivy? I thought I read that in the email that it was, you could also, they didn't have the information, but the email said they were going to have zoom in if you want to hear it.
I hope so. That's great. That's great. Any others, gentlemen? Item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Going to declare it this time.
Mayor, if I could, I have this typically the same potential conflicts. If the council would like me to read those, I can do that, or just state that nothing has changed. Just some of the same ones. Other than that,
Sorry, any more? Thank you very much, Councilman Bundy. Okay, move on to item 4, consent agenda. To approve the minutes from the city council meetings of 1/13/2021 and 1/19/2021. 3 final plats. Final plat for Chaparral Ridge Phase 5, located at approximately Lost Ridge Drive and Desperado Drive. Applicant Kent Rasmussen. Approve the final plat for Majestic Hills Phase 3, located at approximately 3650 South, 1320 East. Applicant Doug Dennett. To approve the final plat for the Views at Coral Canyon Phase 4, located at approximately Black Canyon Avenue and Cobble Creek Drive. Applicant Cole West Home.
Mayor, I can make that motion to approve that consent agenda as outlined.
Councilman Bundy, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Goat's eye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Those are approved. We'll move on to item 13. Award of bid, consideration to award the bid for the improvements at the power generation plant. Power Director Rick Hansen.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. As we talked in the work session, I think you're familiar with what the bid represents, and so I propose that it be awarded to Hoskins Constructions for $127,192. You got any questions?
Rick, I think you were pretty clear in the work session, so if there's no comment or other additional questions at this point, I will motion that we take your recommendation and award the bid for the remodel at the power generation plant to Hoskins Construction in the amount of $127,192.
Second by Coates.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Again, roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goat's eye.
Ivy, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 4, thank you, Rick. Item 14, consideration to move forward with a request for a proposed impact fee deferral on a proposed build and manage a multi-field sports facility located at Sticky Farm between Washington City and Really Epic Ventures LLC. Matt Lou.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'll just kind of do the brief request and then field questions and then allow for any other comments that the council members may have regarding this agenda item. This is an item that we've been working with for some time. We're at the point now that as part of a process, seeking your consideration and possible approval to go to the next step, which is in essence creating an agreement with specific detailed requirements that the developer will need to uphold in order for us to allow this agreement to be signed on behalf of Washington City. So tonight, if you've had a chance to read the briefing documents, there's also an attachment, January 9th, 2020, of a scenario that was proposed at that time of what we would start with or think about. Again, any questions that council members may have?
Yeah, Matt, just reflecting my memory on this. One of the things that I asked was, how does it benefit Washington City with the reduction of impact fees? And they brought up the sales tax. And that was one thing that I would like to see is how they're going to determine that it's viable and how it's going to benefit the city so that we can evaluate those numbers. And a concern I brought up was that, yeah, they're going to go to the fields and then drive to St. George and spend their money in St. George. That's a constant problem we have in Washington, which is that a lot of the eating establishments aren't going to be. So I'd like them to basically prove to us that it's going to be a benefit, that it's worth us to do a reduction in the impact fees for that. I'm just concerned it's not, I guess their numbers, I haven't seen how their numbers work.
Okay.
So that's what I would like to see, is that, and just how it's determined they get these, because there was like stages. If I thought we talked about like they have to hit this or else they don't get it, kind of a thing. So I would like that detailed out, I guess.
I think a great comment, and I have been chatting with them for the last 2 years for that same reason, exactly, because I feel the same, feel very strongly about proving that. And they understand where we stand as far as the city is concerned. Maybe I could suggest that we get that in your hands and maybe have that discussion and have that prior to the final agreement, as far as reviewing the final agreement. And if it works, then we would submit a final agreement review for your consideration.
And I like that. I just would like to maybe we need to see it before we get too far down the road. Because what if it doesn't work for both parties? Hey, we don't agree that we're going to see this benefit, or they're like, hey, it doesn't work out for us if we don't.
Okay.
So I guess I'm asking if we can see that item before we get too far down the road. I'm not saying we can't get started, but I'd like to see that. The switching subjects is I think we need to have the water figured out. There was some talk about some agreement with Stookie Farms.
Yes. Yeah.
On the water, I think we need to get with our public works director and make sure he's comfortable with the water that's being, however that's working out. I don't know those details.
No, again, I think those are all great comments, but maybe we'll do that next before we actually, we'll do that like now so that we can get that, in your discussions, or that can be pending approval of sales tax proof and or water agreements, then an agreement can be moved forward with something like that.
Yeah, I think that's great. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but those are the two items that I was concerned about, or not good. Just want clarification on, not concerned, I guess.
I like the concept. I think the park would be well. I think it would be a nice regional draw. With the deferral, it would be nice also just have kind of a general understanding that if we're taking some street impact fund, that if we do make that up on the sales tax revenue, that we can kind of look to reimburse the impact fees that would have gone to the street fund.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be something that because it's sales tax comes into the general fund, and a street impact fee is used for new streets. So that would just be the one thing that on the back end, just with staff and as we're thinking about the accounting, is as we see these benchmarks hit, it would be nice to have some of that, maybe all of that money go back towards the streets.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Liu, going forward, getting a kind of a long-term look at this, you know, we're going to have a lot of commercial build out in the Fields area along 3650 and out by the airport and some other right there more in the immediate area there by the Warner Valley area. As a long-term, because this is going to be around for a long time, what do you see as you project forward and you can kind of visualize what it's going to look like out there in say 5, 10, 15, 20 years? What is it going to look like and what would be a long-term benefit of this?
I think in that location, especially with this project, it's about creating an event, creating an area, you know, that people can gather and they can come to and point towards. One of the great things about this project or proposed project is the use of the city will have the ability to use the facility. They are looking at really their 8 or 12, whatever it is, 10 or 12 tournaments a year is kind of where their business model is being geared towards. Obviously, it's during the weekend. You know, when it's during the week, like during our time, programming, facility use will be allowed by the city to expand our programs. For us, it helps us because it doesn't make it draw a need to create or build more soccer fields. So it kind of saves us on that end as far as another venue. And it also gives us another larger venue to do other things, gatherings, community gatherings and stuff. I think that whole area, as it continues to develop, whether it's the property we annex in the airport, whether it's a Stuckey Farm, whether it's off 3650 with some of the properties around there, I think that'd be, and then you got Long Valley, Warner Valley will come online here 10 years from now as far as Warner's concerned. I think that would be a good central location for events and for things to happen and to try and keep, you know, what Washington City is all about at the end of the day. Instead of all in one place, maybe up at the rec center, maybe, you know, so it gives us different opportunities to kind of spread, you know, the events around the city instead of always going to one facility, costing the maintenance of one facility and the overhead of trying to maintain that one facility, where it kind of spreads us out.
You see this project as initiating or bringing about more economic opportunity in the area? Is it going to be a draw, or is that draw going to be, do you feel like as economic director, is that more of an immediate or long-term, or what do you see?
I think both. I really think both. I think as if we do move forward with this project, we'll see real quickly, I would say within the first year or two, the capacity or the potential of this project. And I believe that will bring other uses or other needs in that area because of the success, possible success of this project, whether it's restaurants, whether it's hotels, whether there's already some places in Stuckey Farms that are approved for vacation rentals. You know, again, these are things that will support each other because of, you know, a venue like this.
And one last question. Let's look at this from an absolute worst case scenario. I've actually spent a fair amount of time researching this development group and the investment arm of this corporation, and they look very, very viable. In fact, I could see nothing really that would show that they're not going to do well with this financially. But let's say that for some reason it went south. Then what do we lose? I mean, what are we out? Is there, we dig it up, put it in houses? What are we going to do?
That's pretty much it. You know, right now it's 5 acres being considered for this project. Stuckey Farm as a development has an approval of 2,436 units, I think, somewhere around there at the end of the day. Obviously, when you take 55 acres out, that number gets reduced, but it's already approved for that number. Whether this project comes in or not, we can build homes. And again, you know, we know the benefits of that as well as some of the expenses and challenges that come with it. But for us as a city, whether we have a venue where people can gather and do something different, because there is no other large area like this or event like this in the area, that in itself brings just some uniqueness, some things that really no one else in our area has. So that makes it.
Well, I lied just a little bit. I do have one more question. What is your recommendation?
My recommendation is to go down the road. If it fits our sales tax, if it fits the water concerns, make sure as far as infrastructure, if it fits traffic, if it fits parking, handling up, we understand and we know because of ourselves when we have an event in front of them, everyone parks up and down the road and beyond. So we've got to make sure that that's all considered and that's all part of this process or this agreement at the end of the day.
So Matt, I don't mean to go without saying, but we talked before about the schedule of use of the city having the opportunity to use that at certain times, and that'll be addressed in the agreement as well, I assume.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So that'll be addressed. And once we get to a safe place with the sales tax, that'll also be in the agreement. And then the water will also be, everything, we will just put it in the agreement just to make sure that we cover all the bases.
Yeah.
If something happens.
Matt,
We're good.
I'm on the phone, but I'm not online.
Is this Mr. Hubbard?
It is.
You have a question or a thought?
No, I'm agreeing with everything. I was just letting you know that I'm on the call. I can't get the browser to download, but I'm on the call audio.
Okay. So Mr. Hubbard, a question that we've talked about, but the question is made clear again this evening that we do need to get more specific on the benefits of the sales tax, as well as the
Yes.
hard agreement with the water and how that works with Stuckey Farms. We understand that Stuckey Farms has 2,600 acre feet of water, so there's plenty of water there, but we just want to make sure that how it affects our entire system and that requirement is covered and our Public Works Director feels comfortable with it.
Yep, I agree with that.
And you're just looking for direction. You're just looking for approval to move forward.
Yeah, that's it.
We're not, are we voting on this?
Just approval to move forward. You are voting.
Yeah,
on
just
it.
a recommendation for staff to move forward and pursue this this agreement and everything that goes with.
And then the final ins and outs will be brought back to the
Correct.
Next step, you're thinking a workshop meeting for some of these items that you just listed off?
Absolutely.
Any additional questions?
Just one comment. The water they have out there actually works very well for this because it's so brackish. It actually costs more to treat that than to bring in fresh somewhere else. So it actually works well.
It's a good use, and he's done some. The developer, the owner, has done some. How do I say engineering? Working with several water consultants. If you've been down there recently, there's that farmhouse, and if you're facing the farmhouse to the left of it, there's a sod grass area. That's kind of been their test site on their treatment and how they would handle the current water usage, and they call it, and how they can improve that to irrigate the fields and the various landscapes within that development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd be very comfortable in making a motion to move forward with request for proposed impact fee on a proposed manage a multi-field sports facility located at Stuckey Farms.
Do I have a second?
Councilman Bundy, second.
Thank you. I'll entertain a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
IVA.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank
Move
you.
forward. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Hubbard.
Councilors. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard.
Thank you all. Thanks, Matt.
Item 5A, we'll entertain a motion to table that.
I'll motion that we table item 5A.
Bundy, second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
IVA.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Item B, preliminary plat, consideration to approve preliminary plat for Brio Phase 4E located approximately Main Street and Camino Oso. Applicant Cole West Homes.
Is that showing up on the council's screen there?
Yes.
Yes.
Good, okay. So I'll make sure before I get going. Stated this is a request for a preliminary plat for the Brio 4E subdivision. The applicant is proposing 33 lots and the area of coverage is 7.06 acres. The zoning at this particular location is the Brio Planned Community Development, or PCD. The surrounding zoning is the Brio PCD to the north, the west, and the south. And then there is across the street on the Sitla property is PUD residential. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances at this particular location. Staff reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of this preliminary plat as outlined, and the Planning Commission held a public hearing, reviewed the request at their January 6th, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Brio 4E subdivision onto you, the City Council. And of course, that's based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. And it's just the standard 12 conditions that we have now, and there are no extras as it relates to this preliminary plat. But with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council might have on this Brio 4E proposal.
Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. Just on question number 6, it says that all detention and landscape areas shall be maintained and landscaped. What is the typical expectation for landscaping?
Well, on especially a PCD, sometimes we'll go check if they had any specific, criteria. But mostly we'll just go back, especially on certain areas, and see where landscaping, again, it's a condition that goes with every subdivision. Does it apply fully, across the board to all of them? Probably not. This one has this green area is more of a drainage swell within the development. It's going to be left in the natural state. So on this, I would probably go back and look and see if they disturbed any of that. I'd have them maybe try to come back and overseed with that natural seed that can be sprayed on, things like that. So in this case, that's what that would probably entail, more so than adding vegetation, but just making sure that the natural area didn't get too disturbed. And if it did, to try to mend it somehow.
And
Hope that answers your question.
Oh, pardon me. That was my my main reason for asking that question was what you detailed. So thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions for Drew? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I actually do have a question for Drew. It looks as if they're filling in some of the natural floodplain or the natural flow line based on the contours.
In those gray areas?
Yeah, lots 58 through 561. It looks like they're filling over the natural flow to fit the lot, and then, but this preliminary plat, I just am surprised they're filling.
Well, I can say that you see the JD Wash Preserve area. That's something that was required by federal agency, and so it's they're having to leave a certain amount there. So there's some assurance of that.
I'm just saying they're filling in the flow line of the wash though right now without saying what they're going to do with their grading. They've got their proposed contours on here, but it's not showing what's going to happen to those washes. So, but I'm sure staff will deal with it as appropriate.
Yeah, just to let you know, when the construction drawings then come forth, a lot of that'll be addressed, especially on those contours there that you see being added, on this area along this backside. And so they'll have to address all those things and in the construction drawing stage.
Just letting everyone know it probably won't stay very natural if you have to destroy go through the whole hill to create a new flow line. But I think they can figure it out.
Yeah, that's a good question. I just know that jurisdictional area is pretty sensitive and it's not supposed to be touched. So they're gonna have some scrutiny on that by others.
Well, that's why I'm concerned about approving a preliminary plat when this is when they get their vested rights, but they're totally filling in a wash.
Sorry, what was, Drew, can you restate your response to that remark?
I was just stating that during construction drawings, when they bring in how this thing's going to get actually built out, they've got to show all these contours, what's going to be happening. they have to address drainage is one of the first things we look at. We try to let people know that when subdivisions come in, that's our first main concern. How's this thing gonna keep the water that came there normally, and how's it going to keep moving downstream where it's allowed? And so that's one of the first things we look at. And so they'll address this contoured area that Councilman Coates was talking about. Will probably be a big part of on that construction drawing review.
So at that phase, if they can't figure out a reasonable way of dealing with that drainage, then it's just.
Then they won't get their construction drawings approved, right?
So Drew, you're comfortable with this? Staff recommended approval of this preliminary plat. Do you have any concerns with what's been brought up, or are you still recommending approval?
I'm still recommending approval on this, and we'll see how this comes in. Again, Public Works has a chance to review the preliminary plat as well as it goes through, through the process. And again, they look at the drainage at that point too, in case there's any red flags we want to put up at this stage, add extra conditions or whatever. So I'm gonna, trust that that's been looked at and that they might already have discussions, or we'll again address those in detail at the construction drawings phase.
So how would that work for them to add extra conditions after the preliminary?
No, we wouldn't do it after. I only brought up the extra conditions is that, when we first do our again, by the time it gets to the Planning Commission and City Council, it's probably been looked at by, whatever department is over particular things 2 or 3 or 4 times. And so if they couldn't get things worked out or had any big issues, we add them. That's when I tell you, these 3 are above our standard 12. And so we'll put those on as extra conditions. And at this point, Public Works didn't have any extra conditions to add, on this particular subdivision.
Can we maybe have Public Works respond to this?
Yeah, Mike should be on. There he is.
Here I am. So yeah, this will be all addressed when we get construction drawings. I know in their PCD that was the wash area and was going to stay natural at that time. But, preliminary plat, yes, they get vested rights in it, but they don't have any, unless they meet our standards, they don't get to move any movement forward on it.
So my only concern, Mike, and I understand that, my only concern is that, like, if you said it's supposed to stay natural, I'm just telling you it's not going to stay natural.
Right.
If that's a concern, if not, then I don't have a problem moving forward. I just surprised to see a wash get filled in like that, not showing where they're going to take the water, even at this stage. But
well, there is an extremely large detention basin due south of this on the other side of this street right here. If you're up there, that's a massively big detention for this development.
And that's great if you can get the water there. That's all I'm saying. So, but
So it sounds like the 2 things. One is getting the water through there. The other is the disturbance, is what you're concerned.
the only reason why I brought up disturbance is because Mr. Shaw said that it was supposed to stay natural, and I don't know if that's the case or not. I was just shocked to see that it's not shown what they're planning on doing with that. With such
I didn't say it'd stay natural. It was going to stay the drainage through there.
So I didn't understand that. Sorry.
I did. I don't know that it's going to stay natural. It's just the natural drainage would go through there.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I misinterpreted you, Mike. So I thought you said it had to stay natural.
No.
Well, Mike,
all right.
So Mike, so what you're stating is more not that it just has to maintain traditional flow, not traditional top level or top surface.
Correct. Probably more. We'll probably see more like what Sienna Hills and Coral Canyon's done with their washes.
Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's further discussion.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'll entertain that motion, Councilman.
I move that we approve the preliminary plat for Brio Phase 4E located at approximately Main Street and Camino Oso.
I do have a motion. Will I have a second?
Mayor, I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward aye.
Stately, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's approved. Item C, consideration to approve preliminary plat for Washington Vista Phase 3C, located approximately Washington Parkway and Scenario Street. Applicant First National Investments LLC, Metlo.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicants request an approval of a preliminary plat for Washington Vista Phase 3C. This applicant is proposing 8 lots on an area coverage of 3.749 acres. The zoning at this particular location is the single-family residential 10,000 square foot minimum, or the R110 zoning district. The surrounding zoning is open space to the north and east and R110 to the west and south. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances at this location. Staff reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of this preliminary plat as outlined, and the Planning Commission held a public hearing and reviewed the request at their January 6th, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Washington Vista Phase 3C subdivision onto you, the City Council, and with the findings and conditions as outlined. And this one does have 2 extra conditions, number 13 and 14, which I will read. The detention area needs to be added on the inside of the subdivision boundary area. And you can see that that was done in this green shaded area. So I just wanted to put what the conditions were. That one's already been maintained. And if any retaining walls are to be utilized within the subdivision, they need to be added to the preliminary plat. But I'm going to actually strike that and say to the construction drawings for approval, because they said there probably wouldn't be, and I don't think that's changed at this time, but we're just leaving that in there in case after construction drawings starts, because that's when they drill down a little bit tighter, just to have those on the construction drawings and approved by staff. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions council might have on Washington Vista 3C.
The other green area that's common space, can you explain a little more what that is? That's just next to lot 48, south of lot 48.
Yeah, basically, I think they highlighted what this was. I'll just find that. It says the common space area maintained by the HOA for landscaping and drainage. So this particular area on the plat is going to be designated as common area, I guess. And again, we had them add this border around. When it first came in, this detention was outside the subdivision boundary. Asked them, and they have added it on. That was condition 13. But they went a little farther and added this other green area that comes down at the edge of lot 48, which will be owned by the HOA and maintained by them, into the basin. So that's basically what that is. It's kind of a common area. Most of them just leave it white and call it out as common area, and either detention access or drainage, easement, etc.
No sidewalk, no trail, just landscape there. And then...
Right. It's going to be incorporated into the main landscape off of the main, the Washington Parkway there. So, but they just wanted to show that the water is going to be diverted down to this area and then run somehow in here, either in open channel or pipe. I'm not sure how. Again, we'll see that at construction drawing, and then into the debris basin. I mean, the detention basin, excuse me.
On this preliminary plat, next to the east of the dotted red line, it says Phase 3B. Or is it 3B or 3C?
3C is actually, it should be 3C.
So 3B is that area shown as 3B. 3C is the area that's proposed now. So the difference being where you can see the contours, that's under 3C. 3B was previously approved. So there's 3A, 3B, and 3C.
So 3C is lots 41 through 48 then, is what you're saying.
Okay, with
the That's correct.
Okay, yeah.
That's correct.
It's really hard on your plat to see that difference, on the street. Because there should have probably been a red line along through the street or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. But 3C is only those 8
So
lots.
Yeah, lots 41 through 48 then.
Mhm.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Mayor, if I could, just a general question, Drew, the open space to the east is the large wash area, and this might be beyond what we're considering, but what's going to be the long-term nature of that? Do you have any feel? I suppose that'll all remain permanent open space.
Yes.
I can answer that if you'd like.
Yes.
That's not in the subdivision, the boundary at this point, is it? No, it doesn't.
No, it's not in the subdivision. It was originally discussed that the city, well, there was one comment from, I think it was a member of the city council asking that to be dedicated to the city, but Public Works did not want that and take over that maintenance of that wash. So the developer has agreed with the storm drain maintenance agreement that's proposed that will cover that area. So it'll remain as open space covered by that storm drain easement. So it allows maintenance in there, but it does not become the city's responsibility, I guess, to maintain that. So it stays as private ownership under the ownership of the developer. It is not common area. It's not part of the plat.
And Councilman Bundy, I can maybe share some information that I have. And I don't know this to be absolute, but I know it was discussed that to the east of lot 41, 42, 43, clear across that drainage, that there would be a future park site. Just, it's out of ways, but it was discussed, just so you know, to answer your question.
Thank you. You ready for a motion?
Councilman Bundy, I motion that we approve the plat amendment for Iron Horse for preliminary plat for Washington Vista Phase 3C.
That's correct.
3C located approximately Washington Parkway and Scenario Street.
Second by Coates.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item 6, plat amendment, consideration to approve a plat amendment for Iron Horse phases 2 and 3, located approximately 4155 south, 1000 east, by adding a phase line between lots 53 and 54, creating an additional phase 3 containing 2 lots 54 and 55. Applicant Lance Charnos.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's seeking approval for an amended preliminary plat. The reason, again stated by the mayor, is to split the phase 2 into 2 different lots, 2 phases, sorry. And basically phase 3 will just be these lots up here, 54 and 55 in the street area. You can see by the dashed line here. I'll just kind of highlight those ones out, and that'll become phase 3. Again, this is due to difficulty in obtaining the storm drain easement and connection point for these particular 2 lots. All the other lots in this subdivision, I'm going to kind of break away from my report. I don't do this often, but they drain this way through the streets down into a debris basin here. These 2 lots drain this way and into this debris basin, which is part of actually Sugar Plum in the Fields. So that's why we're here. It's a drainage scenario that they're having difficulty getting this tie done at this point. So that's why they want to break off just for the time lots 54 and 5 till they can get that worked out, getting the water into that debris basin, again, owned in a different subdivision. All other lots, as stated, will go into the debris, the detention basin, which is part of phase 1 to the south. Staff reviewed the proposed amended preliminary plat and finds it conforms to the single-family residential zoning of R18, also the subdivision ordinances within the city, and all other ordinances pertaining to Washington City. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their January 20th, 21 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amended preliminary plat for the Iron Horse Phase 2 and 3 subdivisions onto you, the City Council. And of course, it's going to be based on the original findings and subject to the original conditions of the approved preliminary plat, which was done back on March 9th of 2016. Staff is also, though, wishing to add 2 additional conditions since, again, 2016, we have a few other requirements now in the city, and that's condition 14 and 15. And again, these are because of, again, new standards. Number 14, provide an addendum for drainage study and provide the LID for these 2 phases of 2 and 3. And then condition 15, show restrictions on corner lots. No driveway access inside the corner radius. The final plat will show these restricted areas and have an associated note in the general notes section of that final plat. So with that, be glad to answer any questions the council has on this proposed amended Iron Horse number 2 to make it Iron Horse 2 and 3.
Drew, I don't have any maybe specific questions for you, but I do have just a little bit of a concern. As I like the subdivision. They're moving dirt, it's coming along. But with only 2 lots in what they're wanting to do as phase 3, my concern has to do with just connectivity with 4155 South connecting into Sugar Plum Way. And my worry is that with that much road to build, and I realize it's a drainage issue, but I worry if the developer is going to have incentive to finish that road for 2 lots, and I would just hate to see that sit undeveloped. And looking at the number of lots, there's 27 here, 25 would be in phase 1 or phase 2, and 2 would be in phase 3. I'm wondering if potentially we could consider some sort of a incentive in terms of number of certificate of occupancies, maybe 80% or 20 of those as a max before phase 3 gets done and that road's connected.
I see what you're saying. The worry about this being kind of left, if this still just runs into hardships or whatever, it becomes just a battle between the owners that the connectivity won't happen. I totally see what you're saying there. I agree with that, because we don't want this to be, because of some pipe here holding this connection hostage, I guess is the best word I'm going to use on that. So I totally see what you're saying. And holding C of Os is something we've done in the past. So I don't know what the rest of the council feels on that.
I mean, obviously we want them to be able to get moving, but I would just hate to see those 2 lots not get done and then those roads never connect. And I just trying to think worst case scenario there.
So Drew, could we establish a trigger point that this work could be done before, say 50% of the other lots or something like that, or what would you recommend?
Well, I like Councilman Staley. I think it was that Councilman Staley is maybe 80% around that 20 lot. It still gives them, they're the last 5 lots of the subdivision. That's when they really, that's the point they need to really work on getting that taken care of. So now I did notice Mike popped his good looking face on the screen. So I think he has a comment, if that's okay, Mayor.
I do. I would, that's a great point that Councilman Staley brought up. I would make that another condition on the plat, they complete the road. Just
without doing the phase. I see what you're saying.
Change the phasing line and include that road as part of the this phase.
And then work on the drainage after. I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
Mike, you're saying as part of phase 2 to complete the road to tie into Sugar Plum Way?
Yes.
Okay.
What do we know about the future commercial? Is there something moving there? Because that would have some, is that a different owner altogether?
I think it is a different owner. Lance, are you online with us, the applicant, or Let's see, or is Brandy or somebody from Civil Science online with us? I don't know if anybody is with us tonight on this one.
I guess just my thought is where it's future commercial, if something's imminent there, obviously that road would have.
Yeah, Councilman, I'm pretty sure it's a different owner. Now that I look at this applicant and looking at the owner name, I'm pretty positive it is a different owner. I think this is a Semister owned piece. He was the one who originally did Iron Horse 1. And I think he's retained this commercial piece. And then this has been purchased by, it looks like the owner's Laverkin RV LLC. And I don't think that Semister is part of that.
Okay, so that being the case, then I'm on in agreement with what's been stated about that road needing to be done. It would have had to have been done had 54 and 55 been a part of the, it would have been just a phase 2. It would have had to have been done.
Correct.
It seems like something that ought to happen at some point before everything's finished out there.
I'm just going to throw this out here. The reason why they don't want to do 54 and 55 is because their storm drain goes underneath the road. So it's kind of hard to put in the storm drain or build the road on top of the storm drain. That's why they're holding it out, is what my guess is. So if it's not a fully improved road, maybe it's just a paved road, but they might have to replace some asphalt when they go to tear up the storm drain. But that's my guess is why they didn't want to do that right now, is because they have to put the storm drain in the road to get over to the detention pond. You can't do that, or else they have to just rebuild build it twice, is all I'm saying.
That's probably true, but my issue I'm having with it is those 2 lots. When they complete those lots and sell them, that road will cost more than those 2 lots to complete. So
I agree with you. I'm just this is how I would approach it, and I understand. I'm saying I agree we should get some pavement in there.
And I think it should be done as part of this plat, so it's done as one dedication. We're not having to do a separate dedication on that road. I think we need to just change that phasing line to the other side of the road. Include that whole road.
Well, Councilman, I think they can, to address that, they should be able to probably know where that pipe's going to go. The only area they're going to have to worry about is right here. So they could have all 90% of this whole thing designed out and in and built, just where it connects in this little area here. Then that's the only part of the street they would have to fix at a future date.
Public Works okay with having a pipe going to nowhere,
right?
Punch it through. So that's all I'm stating, is that they could build it and put it in, but it's not going to be able to connect to anything useful, and they'll just fill up with water and not work.
And maybe leave the curb and gutter out on that commercial side, and it can finish it when it builds.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I just wanted to I think the reason why they were not trying to do it is because of that.
Yeah, right.
It is, Councilman.
But it's a good point. I don't want to lose the connection, because I think you're right. We need it definitely. Or else, because you're right, those lots aren't worth putting in all that money for that whole road.
So it looks like right now, at the end of the existing curb up Sugar Plum Way, there are catch basins there. So there's an outlet from those catch basins into the detention basin. So the drainage that you're referring to, Councilman, would be drainage from lots 54 and 55. If the road were done, the drainage could all be.
Assuming it's the drainage on the road too.
Well, there will be, but there are catch basins there, assuming that probably the gradient would probably go to those catch basins. And granted, somebody may have to do lots 54 and 55. There'll have to be a pipe, and they may have to just come back
do we already have the road dedicated on Sugar Plum all the way to the property line, or does it end short like the road shows? Does anyone know?
I'm not positive. I don't know if Mike would even know that. I don't know if it is dedicated to here or if it's dedicated to here. But it's dedicated to one of those. My gut feeling, I think, was it's probably dedicated to right here.
You're probably right.
And you know what? I don't know if this, if we're adding that road, I don't know what good the amendment does for them, but we'll let them decide that, I guess.
So Drew, you have to explain to me why they're coming back for an amendment for a phase line on a preliminary plat.
Well, because when you put phase lines on, and well, they're doing this so that because they had phase, you know, this was all one and they had no phases at all. And we were expecting in the preliminary plat for the road to all come in through and to do all of this. So they're just coming in asking for this phasing just so they can break this off and have it as a future phase is why.
Drew, this might be a little off the wall comment, but we've talked about, you know, limiting number of CFOs in phase 2. We've talked about building the road. It sounds like that maybe is a better approach right now, but is there any reason they couldn't plat this just with the current phasing that they have? I mean, wouldn't that require them to finish the road and work out the, I mean, would it be just as easy to deny this change and let them go forward with what they have and work with Public Works on the drainage?
That's probably the best solution right there, to be honest, out of all of them. Because again, if we come back and make them put the road in, then this amendment doesn't do them any good, really, as far as I'm concerned. Other than not have to worry about the drainage for lots 54 and 5. But I don't know if that's really not. Yeah, if they have to put all this in anyway, I mean, I don't know if this amendment does them any good. If the road's got to be built as well.
There are guys that are a lot smarter than me on this, but my biggest concern is I just don't want to see that connection of road left out over 2 lots that just they're not, or maybe for a word that me and Councilman Ward, they're disincentivized to finish the road if there's just 2 lots.
Any additional questions or comments at this time? Good conversations going. Anybody want to take a stab at a motion?
It's awfully quiet, so I'm going to ask Drew for some last second direction on this, what you would like to see, what you would feel comfortable with, and it should be included in a motion.
Well, after all our discussion and thought, I like that we make the road go in, you know, grant them their amended preliminary plat, but the road needs to tie into Sugar Plum Way. And then let them, if they.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to deny it. And then basically, I mean, they're not here to represent this. If they have something they want to come back to us with, maybe they can come back to us with it. So Mayor, if you're ready for a motion.
Well, Council, since we're not here, would you might even entertain maybe table and give them a chance to come talk to you in 2 weeks? Instead of running through the whole thing again?
Heads nod around. I'll make a motion that we table item 6A, consideration to approve a plat amendment for Iron Horse Phase 2 and 3 located for Iron Horse Phase 2 and 3 for 2 weeks to our next council meeting.
And Councilman, could I just specifically to address the road connection
in the motion?
Add that into the motion?
Wouldn't mind. I mean, that's the purpose of the
yeah.
tabling.
We'll be tabling it based on concerns that about the road and the drainage and how that's going to get built if the phase lines go through.
Great. I appreciate that. Councilman Staley will second the motion.
Do you have a motion and a second?
Yes. Roll call.
Yeah, roll call vote.
Sorry, Bundy, aye.
Phillips, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. That's tabled. Thank you. Item 7, public hearings. Item A, public hearing for consideration to approve zone change request, public hearing for Consideration to approve zone change request Z-21-01, request from agricultural, minimum 20 acre parcel, a 20 to single family, residential minimum 15,000 square foot lots, R15, located approximately 300 East Skyview Drive, applicant Bill Cox.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's requesting approval to change the zoning of approximately 1.78 acres. The request changes, as stated, from the current ag 20 acre minimum to the proposed single family residential 15,000 square foot minimum lot for the R115 zoning designation. The applicant's requesting the R115 for the purpose of developing that 1.78 acres into a future residential development, basically to match the subdivision to the south of them. This particular location has a general plan use designation of very low density residential. That includes, like I say, the R115 and R120 designated lots. So this fits in that general plan, very low density category. The surrounding zoning of the parcel is R115 to the south, residential agricultural half acre and A20 to the west, and then ag 20 acre minimum to the north and to the east. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined since it fits within the general plan layout, but we wish to point out that the state's new LID drainage standards will be adhered to this parcel if it does move through and gets approval on this zone change. The Planning Commission reviewed the request and had a public hearing at their January 6th, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 3-1, recommended approval of Z-21-01 for the zone change request from the Ag 20 to the proposed single family residential 15,000 square foot R115 zoning onto you, the City Council. That's based on the findings that you find in the report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you have on this zone change proposal.
So Drew, the applicant, Mr. Cox, he's not the owner of the property. This is part of the property. Well, let me rephrase that. These proposed subdivision has been sectioned off of the high school's property. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you look at the report, the owner is St. George Academy. I think what a lot of issues when you see them, many zone changes, is that a particular person will go in contract on a lot that's for sale, but it's contingent upon zoning approval for the sale to be final. And I bet that's the case right now, is that it sounds like Mr. Cox is the one wanting to do this. He's probably signed a contract with St. George Academy, and if the zoning goes through, then they'll purchase the property.
So the high school obviously has looked at this and they don't see this as a negative impact to future growth of their campus. Or...
No, I think they're the ones who put the property up for sale, if I remember right.
Any additional questions? If not, this is a public hearing, and in the audience, it might be, or have an interest in this potential zone change request. Welcome to come on up. I don't see anybody racing up to the mic, so all these public hearings are also available for comment on washingtoncity.org/meetings until the close of a public hearing. So if no other questions, Denise or Tara, who's ever handling that, were there any comments on this particular item?
Okay, Mayor, we have one comment from Sherry Staley Tate, and she writes, "Dear Mayor and Council, on behalf of our family, we would like to address our concerns on the approval of these lots. As some of you may recall, we at one time owned this property. We sold the property in good faith for pennies on the dollar to the St. George Academy. This property was sold for a school, a cemetery building, and recreation field. We were completely shocked and disappointed when last year, about this exact same time, the property south of the school was approved for a subdivision now going in. We understand we sold the property and at that point, we have no say in the matter no say matter the promises. So here we are again, same scenario, which in our opinion is the same as before. The school is in financial struggles. If you visit the property, you will see the homes are right out the back door of this school. Our concern is that these homes are approved and the school has nothing else to keep it afloat. With no other resource changes, excuse me, sorry, lost my place here. With no other resource changes it will become a neighborhood commercial, leaving no property or room for growth. Now, this might come across as sour grapes on our part, and quite frankly, there are some. We ask that if you approve this, that you will make the existing subdivision finish the wall that it is supposed to be the barrier between us. We ask that you have the new owners of the school put up a retaining wall between our property and theirs. We also ask that the city finish and make sure all drainage is working correctly. Thank you for your time. That's the only comment we have on this item.
Thank you. That's the only one. I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Councilman Bundy, motions to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Coates.
A motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ford, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. We'll go to item B, public hearing for consideration to approve zoning change request G-21-02, request amending the PUD's use and site plan for Red Trails at Sunrise Valley subdivision located approximately 400 South Country Way, applicant Midden LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicants request approval of the design and use for their currently PUD residential zone property. Now, the acreage at this particular pod is, this pod is 27.69 acres. The property is located approximately, as stated, 400 South Country Way. The property was granted the PUDR zoning at an earlier date when the applicant, knowing they would have to come back to the city for the specific design and use approval. The applicant is here tonight with that proposal to you, wishing to get that reviewed. The PUDR requires an approved site design before the property can be used as residential development. This applicant is proposing 219 detached two-story units. This would have a 7.9 dwelling unit per acre ratio. The surrounding zoning in the project is PUDR to the north and to the west, with an R18 zone, and that's that gap right here that you see on the south, which is owned by a different entity, and then Washington County zoning to the east, which is currently the sand and gravel operation going on. Staff has a few concerns with the proposed design of this particular project. Though we understand the applicant's trying to keep costs down to make homes more affordable by placing them closer together, we feel they are maybe a bit too close to each other, mostly due to the fact that they are all two-story in height. Also, there is no proposed outdoor amenities except down in the park that is part of the main overall project amenity for this area. So also there is the overall development has, as I stated, a city park that will be built as part of the master planned area. And that is portions of that come under construction with each approved pod. But still a distance away from this particular one. And you have to go through the pod below it, which is pod 2, and down into the city park. And we'll show that in a little bit. Now, the individual portion of the entire project is lacking, I feel, some kind of amenity, even if it's small or more within the development itself of this pod. Staff would like to see this item maybe discussed, which I gave to the planning commissioners as well. The planning commission did review this particular proposal at their January 6th, 2021 meeting through a public hearing. The planning commission, by a vote of 3-1, recommended approval of Z-21-02 for the specific site design use to this already zoned plan unit development residential zone property. And this was on to you, the city council, and that's based on, of course, the findings and the conditions that are in your report. And there are just 10 of them that we put in for most of our multifamily projects. So with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has, and we can move on to some other exhibits too, as you, hopefully you've gone through. There's quite a variety of different exhibits for you to view and to get a good feel for this particular proposed project. Now, they did send in an updated one after, which you got, and I'd like to draw your attention to it. It's this particular view here that kind of shows, they understood the concerns I have. They wanted to show the overall kind of green area and project. So I'll kind of zoom in on that. And we'll kind of keep it here and address your any questions you might have for me. And again, we're looking at this pod 3 is what's before you tonight. Pod 1 and 2 have already been approved and under construction.
If no one else has questions or thoughts right now, I'd just start the conversation with, can you talk a little bit to the council about side, front, and back setbacks? It looks like pretty high density.
Yeah, let me pull that one up. Now the unique thing about this, Councilman, is it's a little bit higher density than standard residential, but it would fit in our medium high density in our general plan under that kind of density ratio, being at the, let's see, what did I say? The whole project comes out in this pod to, I think I had that at 7.9 dwelling units, and that fits in our medium high density category. But this is kind of a blow up area right down in it. Each of the colors is a different size of unit that they have. And I will have to retrace my words a little bit, because I do remember now the yellow ones are single story. That's why they're a little bit broader and deeper. So there will be a little bit of break in the height line, but it's at these, every one that you see is yellow, I think is a single story, no stairs in it. But again, this is one view of how they're going to kind of landscape and what's in between all the units. Let me see, I think I can find even here's another exhibit to kind of drill down. It kind of shows you the dimensions of, as you asked, Councilman, on the in between the homes, the front yard, and then the limited common area that each person will have now in this hashed area that you see here. So there'll be 21 feet on the driveways, which is what we want as a minimum, 7 feet between each home. And then the back limited common area, I think, is going to be 12, or I think it's 12 feet. If I remember right, Adam's sitting in there. He could tell you. He's here with Bush and Gudgel right there in the council room with you good gentlemen.
Any additional questions for Drew? If not, this is a public hearing. Any of you out there that, any of you millions that are out there in the audience, have any questions or comments on this specific item? Any questions from the council to the developer? She probably might. If not in the audience, I know we may have some from Denise. Do you have any comments?
Mayor, on this item, there are no comments.
Okay. If there are no comments, I will entertain a motion to close this public.
So moved.
Councilman Bundy, second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to public hearing item C for consideration to approve zone change request G-21-04. A request amending the PUD use and site plan located approximately Main Street and Washington Parkway. Applicant Wes Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start on this exhibit and we'll work our way through. This applicant is requesting approval of, again, design use of a currently zoned PUD residential property. There are 22.55 acres on this proposal. You see in the hashed area there in the red. And I'll kind of scroll down to the layout and let me zoom in for you while I go through my report, give you an idea of this particular project. The property earlier in the year was granted the PUDR zoning. Again, they're back before you with that, and they knew at that time as well. The owner of the property is Sitla, and they knew that whoever they sold it to would have to come in with this kind of approval on this PUD. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is open space to the north, the Brio PCD to the west, administrative professional and R16 to the east and to the south. The general plan use designation for this particular property is the medium high density residential, and that carries a 7 to 12 dwelling unit per acre ratio for that. This development is proposing a 7.14, again, well within and at the lower end of that dwelling unit per acre ratio. The project design is in compliance with the plan unit development residential standards. It's utilizing the multifamily development portion of the PUDR. The applicant is proposing 161 townhome units. Each dwelling unit will be a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2-car garage townhome, with each unit having a double-car driveway. Amenities are in the form of a playground area, sports court, trail system with exercise stations that'll be scattered throughout that trail, which loops around. You can kind of see that in the exhibit here. That's what that single line is. And the project is proposing several landscape open corridors throughout the development as well, as you see here on the corner piece here. And then they have some of these gaps in between the homes, and especially over here on this eastern portion on the Parkway side, it's open there as well. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their January 6, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-21-04 for this PUD residential multifamily use design site plan. And that's on to you, the City Council. Now, I will also finish up, if you don't mind. This was the original proposal with the Planning Commission's motion. And I'm going to show you this one because it's the one that you got an updated version. You can see what came in. And the Planning Commission felt that this left open space, and that's there for a reason. There's a fault line that runs through there, so that's why they're keeping all the buildings off of that. But they would like to have seen a little bit more amenity. So I'm going to show you that the applicant heard that, agreed to that, and that was part of the motion. And they took my drawings. You love my fancy drawings. They kind of used that as the example. The applicant came back and put it into real good looking form and changed all this area in here. You can see this is actual depicted for grass, the green, not just landscaping. So these areas that are going to be grassed in that are green, you can see the sports court, a big pavilion, playground, and then they've kind of bumped up their little amenities off the trail that runs through by putting some small pavilions and some, again, sports little things, exercise pieces at basically stations, and enhance this area in the middle quite a bit from the original proposal. So I appreciate that and applaud the applicant for listening to the commission and willing to do that. So with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council has on Z-21-04.
Drew, another thing that they did, if I recall from Planning Commission, is they added some additional parking.
Yes. Yeah, they added basically this gap down here on the end of the cul-de-sac with that. So they put that in. Again, 2-car garages, 2-car driveways, and then they added these additional stalls to help on the visitor and just extra parking if people wanted to come to the playground area drive, from whatever their unit is to here, and they have some stalls in there for that.
You're still gonna have people parking on the street.
Well, it's going to be hard in this one because they're right at driveways. And
That's true. It's basically a drive.
it's not you just don't park in someone's driveway, because that's something you can call in. And because you can't block a driveway if you park on the street, that's a no-no. So that'll help eliminate a lot of the street parking because there's so many driveways.
Drew, I also appreciated the way that the commission handled this and the way that the developer responded with improving their amenities. A lot of big townhome projects like this, you might see a pool or you might see some other things, and we understand that the fault line and thing makes that prohibitive. One thing that I think is really cool is this trail, and I just I remembered as part of that conversation, one of the questions was, what was the material going to be out of the trail? It looks like it still is labeled gravel and chat. I wanted to know if that's still the case or if there had been any other thoughts about that.
I think it's still left there. They didn't make too much mention, but with it, I probably don't have much issue with that. If it's designed well and it's not going to fall apart, and there are some good materials out there that can be compacted that will hold well, and especially if they're built right, not wash out. That would be my only concern on that. So, and I don't know if that condition is in there, but I don't think the applicant or myself would be harmed in any way if the council wanted to make sure that that was designed to a matter to be a material that held well even under weather.
Yeah, and where I'm coming from is in the association I live in. We have a nice neighborhood, and part of the amenity is a trail, and it was done through some kind of native spaces, and it was done as a gravel trail, and it just washes out all the time, and it's just a maintenance nightmare. And really because it's such a rough trail, the families that live there, the individuals that live there, we don't use it nearly as much as we would if it were either an asphalt trail or some compacted trail that's that holds better and that wears better. So I just wanted to, especially where there's 161 units, that could be 400 to 500 people living there. It would just be nice for an amenity like that to be a really nice trail where the kids and whoever else wants to go around that trail and stop at those little picnic and exercise areas. I just feel like for that many homes, we ought to have some nice amenities. And again, I don't want this to come across the wrong way, because I'm not trying to design this from this council chair. I'm just, from hearing the last conversation and thinking about it, the trail is just something that's a concern, or that's just something that I want some reassurance on.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could, just a couple of questions. Looks like Main Street is an 85-foot arterial road, Washington Parkway, 110-foot major arterial roadway. Just two questions. Maybe this is a question for Mr. Shaw, but I assume that it's anticipated there will be a traffic signal at Main Street and Washington Parkway one day. And how far is that first access from the intersection? Does it meet our access management minimum?
We would have not looked at that yet until we actually get construction drawings in on it. It will have to meet our access management. I would say they probably have looked at it, looking that they've got the deceleration lanes put in for the parkway and their entrances into their developments. And on the signals, traffic signals, yes, we have a master plan signal at Washington Parkway and Main Street and Buena Vista. However, that ends up in the future with the interchange if it possibly comes in, but they're master planned, yes.
Thank you.
So Mr. Shaw, I just got a question for you. On lots 44 through 58, do those meet the 28-foot landscape setback that's required along Washington Parkway?
That I don't know, because like, again, we haven't got construction drawings, but we would have to look at that.
Get on that one then.
Yeah,
It just looks pretty tight. It doesn't look like there's the 28 feet past
it does look very tight.
I do want to just weigh in on the trail. I think that as I look at it, it traverses some drainage channels, and I would just hate for that expense to fall. If it were not engineered just right, or if it created a financial impact to the residents. So I do think that probably needs to be a hard packed surface that has proper culverts and drainage. I think that would ensure some longevity and some insured use in a project that has some nice amenities. And I also appreciate the developer looking at listening and making some adjustments to that. But I think this would just make the project even better and create some good longevity for the owners, the residents.
So So another thought I had, looking at this application, these are 8-plex townhomes together. It's just a wall of homes right up Main Street in a straight line. Just wondering if there's something we can do to mitigate that. Offsetting buildings, or I'm just concerned about a wall. I mean, the one I always refer to that makes me concerned is the one that's on River Road, right before you go to the industrial area. Just those townhomes sitting there, and it's just a wall of homes. And it's right off the road, and it's straight, nice straight. And there's just townhome after townhome, and those are, I don't know if there's 6 or 8 plexes, but this makes me concerned having 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of 8 plexes right in a row, and then another 2 6 plexes, all in a straight line. Just something to think about.
Yeah, that's a good point, Councilman. I'd like to hear the applicant's thoughts on that when the time's right.
Any additional questions for Drew or staff? Is the applicant here?
He's online, Mayor, or well, their representative. Adam, are you here for this one as well?
Okay.
But Dave Weller is on the phone as much. He's going to be the developer on the project itself, and I think he's still online. Steve let me know he's sitting there. Talk to him.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'd entertain council questions to whomever on the development side.
Who wants to answer? I guess I'll start with the question about the landscape easement along Washington Parkway. I don't think there's one up here.
Either way.
That's for the second stage of people back there.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm saying, like, if we need 2 people talking at once, we set up 2. So
you know what? I don't think it is set at 28 feet. This is the first I'm aware of that. I apologize. I didn't get that going up. So I'll have to double check on that and make the adjustments necessary.
okay, yeah. So Washington Parkway has an approved cross section that also requires a 28-foot landscape strip along on both sides. And then my other question is, has there been any, should address the trail, Councilman Staley? So what's your thoughts on the trail, I guess?
So, I mean, our thoughts on the trail, it is going to be, we are going to have to build a section in there of something. And we are going to have some pipes and stuff underneath for drainage as it goes through, so it doesn't get washed out. What we're trying not to do is do an asphalt trail. So whether that's, like a decomposed granite goes in there that you put in, and, it's actually a built trail. You don't want to have to build and maintain an asphalt or concrete trail for such a small. It's large, but not huge area.
So just back to just kind of my neighborhood, and it's probably similar. It's not circular like, it's circular arcus, but it just kind of goes up the hillside there. And I would really like more of an asphalt trail, just because of the maintenance issues and the drainage issues and the washing out. You know, I'm not super familiar with all the different types of hard surface, but I just look at the number of units there, and to me, this trail makes this attractive for, you know, families, individuals to walk on, and, you know, maybe ride bikes and scooters. It just gives them something to do. They're on a corner of a busy road. I mean, is there some hard, fast reasons why an asphalt trail isn't considered?
You know, I think we were just trying to go for, well, I mean, we're trying to minimize costs. It's one of the things, right? One is, I mean, as far as like a big 10-foot wide asphalt trail in such a small area, I guess we just didn't assume that something like that would be done on such a small scale. You know, that's quite the cost. And when it does have to be improved and replaced, that's a lot of cost to put on somebody. You know, these units, they're trying to make them as affordable as possible. So we're trying to come up with kind of the best solution for both worlds. Try to figure something that's cheaper, easier to maintain, and cheaper to do when the maintenance does happen. If you build it right and put, you know, make sure that you are taking into account for drainages, things like that. But
that was what
something
that was
to
my thought. I
consider.
was going to suggest that, you know, even whether it's asphalt or whether it's just a gravel trail, if the drainage is not handled to convey the water underneath, it's going to wash out either way. So that obviously is a future issue that you need to address, but it does need to be addressed.
Well, it kind of goes to my thought here, which is these projects like this, I don't have any doubt that you'll be able to sell the first round of it. My concerns with projects like this are, you know, kind of encapsulated in the thoughts about the trail, which is you can put in an amenity, but if it's not built right, then it becomes a negative to the project. And there's aspects of this project. I would like you to talk about what are you doing with the design of this project to not just sell it the first time, but make sure that this is a project that will last and be something that 2 and 3 different owners will be happy and grateful to move into. Because we got to think about the 10, 20-year lifetime of the project.
so I guess I'd have to, I don't mean to sound rude, but that sounds kind of vague as far as I don't know how to answer that question, just because, you know, it's kind of the same question for any neighborhood that you live in. You know, I mean, I live in my neighborhood and I don't know.
Well, it's really not the same question for any neighborhood. I mean, this projects like this sometimes will sell out the first time. You know, within 2 or 3 years, there's for sale signs all over the projects, and they're not able to resell because it hasn't been thought well, hasn't been designed well. It's really easy to build something and walk away from it, but we're not going to walk away from it. We're representing the folks that are still going to be here. So if you haven't thought about that,
well, I guess
that's a concern.
I guess that would be my question: is what is that input? What makes it something that somebody's going to live there? You know,
well, I mean, you can hear council members picking out just really easily right off the top several items that are concerning. Just like a straight wall of houses, frontaging some roads where people will be trafficking past those on a regular basis. It's not necessarily appealing, and I've seen some very creative ways of HOA developments and maintaining the internal standards. But design is certainly a great point there as well.
Can I hop in here? This is Dave Weller. I'm one of the owners.
Sure.
Okay. So one of the challenges that we've had from the beginning is I believe we were allowed 311 units originally in the density, and because of the fault line, we've ended up with a lot smaller project. So right now we're at 161 units. As far as the size of 6 and 8 plexes, and yes, I think they're nice looking units. I think the colors, the stucco, the stone, the accented windows, the garages, there's a lot of things that we've done, I believe, that makes it a home rather than just a townhome. And as homes get more expensive in the area, it makes it so a lot of people will be buying these and calling them their home. So we have put a lot of thought into that. We're also trying to use the limited space that we can use because of the fault line. But we've spent a lot of time on this. We've talked about a lot. We've spent a lot of time with the architect trying to figure out how to give great units to people and still be able to hit some sort of a density on here. As far as the amenities, we're working on all of those things and how we want to do it to make a nice community. And again, I feel like we've done that. What we're presenting here is certainly a minimum that we're agreeing to. Doesn't mean that we won't add more to it, but we're agreeing to do this.
Well, that's my point. Are those items that you've thought through and you've gone from that? You don't know me, so you don't know this, but it's virtually impossible for me to have you talk about this without saying that that's not my fault in there. But that being said, and that out of the way, those are exactly the items that I'd like to hear you just talk about. You know, what's going to stabilize this community development.
Mr. Weller, this is Kurt Ivy. How you doing?
Yes. Good. How are you?
Hey, and that joke wasn't my fault either, by the way. No, I read through the Planning Commission transcript and heard you mention the word fault a couple of times, and it's kind of a disclaimer not to build a pool. You had some geotechnical work done or a geologist's opinion that's an active fault that would inhibit building there or would create problems?
Yes, ma'am.
Wayne Reeves from AGC is the one who did the report, and we've talked to him about what should be built there and what should not be built there, and that was part of the reason we decided not to do a pool. But we've tried to compensate for that with the trail and with the other amenities in there. We've also decided to do public streets instead of private streets in there, which costs us a little more going in, but will save the homeowners over time with the fees. Yeah.
I never know when to talk. I apologize. Dave, I'm not acting or speaking as a geologist. That was at a previous time in my life, but I'm just a little bit interested about, I don't know, I haven't studied this particular area, but I don't know of I don't want to second guess your expert, but I just am wondering, I guess I need to probably find out what he was talking about, because this all seems curious to me. I don't know of any geological feature in there that would prohibit a pool or anything else, because if there is a fault there and there's going to be a slip and it's going to create an earthquake, it's not going to matter whether you're built close to it or not. So I don't mean to diminish your advice from your expert, but I'm a little curious as to that information, and I would appreciate if there's something that you could forward to me before we vote on this in 2 weeks. I would appreciate it, because I would like to learn from that information.
Okay, so can I ask you a question at the same time? Is a pool a requirement for a PUD like this, a townhome project?
No, Mr. Weller, it's not a requirement. It's just that you had stated that the reason you didn't want to install a pool in the Planning Commission meeting was because of a fault line. And that's all. I was just trying to figure out what the reasoning was. But no, you don't have to put a pool in, obviously not. But I would just, if you would build a pool and if there is no underlying geological reason not to build one, then the residents would probably really appreciate just finding out, exactly what if one could go there or not. So that's all I'm saying, Dave.
So this is the project that we would like to build. We've studied it. We've paid money. We've tried to come up with a project that we feel will be a good value for people. There's certainly other projects. If a pool amenity was very important to them, there's other projects that they could buy that would have a pool amenity. But this is how we're presenting this one. This is how we would like to do it.
Good enough.
So if we need to talk about the trail and, you know, how to make you guys happy with the trail, certainly we can talk about that and make sure that it's put in a quality fashion so it will hold up. Or if there's stipulations that you'd like to place, then we can address those. But this is the project that we would like to present and build and have approved.
Kind of to give, this is Councilman Coates, my 2 cents on the trail. I'm okay with the red chat in some areas. I just think some areas should be hard surface just so that they can walk to like the basketball court or the playground. That's what I would be after. I mean, I think that's appropriate. And then I also think those red chat trails are kind of cool on the off skirts, but just to get access to the main amenities is where I would like to see them and have connections so people can walk there. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. And again, we're happy to address if there's things that you feel strongly about, we're happy to address them and answer that when we have a chance to visit as partners in it. I've lived here for 44 years. I plan to keep living here. I want to build projects that will fare well in the marketplace and that people will be proud of. And that's my intent to do here. I will actually be the general contractor on this. So.
Thank you, Dave. Any additional questions for Dave? Or Drew?
I just feel like I need to apologize for my fault joke. I want to pull that back.
That's not your fault. All right. Again, this is a public hearing. Anybody else has a question or concern or comment on this project? We'd love to hear it. If not from the audience, we'll turn some time to our city recorder, see if there were any virtual or written comments.
Mayor, we do not have any public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you, Denise. If not, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Councilman Bundy, second.
A motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Move on to public hearing D. Consideration to approve a general plan amendment. Request the land use designation from low density LD to neighborhood commercial. Property is located 580 East Washington Dam Road. Applicant is Kimball Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant seeking to amend the general plan use map at this particular location. Again, stated at the corner of Washington Fields Road and Washington Dam Road. The area that is being requested is approximately 3.76 acres. The current land use designation is the low density residential. The applicant is seeking approval to have the land use designation changed to the neighborhood commercial for the possibility to develop the area into a future commercial development. Now, also within the neighborhood commercial, I'll let the council know that the 2 zones that are allowed in neighborhood commercial are the administrative professional, or we refer to as AP, and the C1 zoning. And that's your 2 neighborhood commercial designations. As stated above, the applicant's wishing to amend this parcel and hopes selling it the current family residential homestead to offer a more suited future commercial development on this very busy intersection within the city. The neighborhood commercial designation, as stated, allows for AP and C1 zoning. Staff's reviewed the requested change and finds no major issues or problems with the request from the low density to neighborhood commercial. That is based on the simple fact that the intersection that this property sets on is bordering to 2 of the busiest streets in the city, of course, Washington Fields Road and Washington Dam Road, which will be increasingly getting bigger and heavier as time goes on with development that you've passed on that PCD that'll happen out on Highway 7. Staff just feels the best use of the property be some kind of, again, professional administrative or commercial use. It'd just be staff feels residential uses are kind of not a sound or safe choice at this location, especially with what the future growth will bring. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their January 6th, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of G-21-01 to amend the general plan land use map from the current low density residential to the proposed neighborhood commercial designation. That's as outlined and given in your exhibits in the report the staff's provided. So with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions. And if you don't mind, I'm going to bring up the Washington City aerial of this. It'll help give kind of a better view of what's all around. So this is the property here. Of course, the Gardners live at 580 East, and it's this entire piece with the field associated with it, this rectangle piece right here.
Drew,
Yes.
you made the statement that about staff recommendation that regarding safety of residents there as opposed to commercial. Can you just explain that some more?
Well, the best way, I'll just start with traffic. A lot of people don't know, but commercial traffic is not near as heavy as residential traffic ends up being. So to leave this as, say, R115 zoning, I just don't think that's appropriate to put 15,000 square foot lots on this. They wouldn't be able to, because of the size of the street, you'd have to have an inlet somewhere. So a road come in, so design would be difficult. The other possibility would be townhomes, which proves my point even more, trying to put a townhome project, which usually has a lot of young families, young kids on this intersection. I don't think they mix very well. I hope that kind of answers that for you.
Thank you.
No additional comments or questions from council. Did any council member have a question for the applicant? Not hearing any, I will, this is a public hearing. Any of you that are out there in the audience have any specific reason for this application, come on up. If not, I'll have Denise offer the comments that were from the general public.
Okay, Mayor, since the time that I sent you the public comments yesterday at 5 o'clock, the following comments have come in since that time. The first one is from Marley Bedke. I'm sorry. She writes, I live in a neighborhood off Washington Fields Road. It is very difficult to turn left out of our neighborhood onto the Washington Fields Road, and that can be a busy intersection. It seems that zoning this property for a commercial area will bring additional traffic to an area that is already busy without any commercial properties. The area has lots of residents with small children, and it would be nice and safe to have it remain solely residential. The next comment is from Holly Lowe. She writes, I was born in this area and grew up in Washington. I've always valued the community and chose to raise my family here. I have felt that the city has traditional values and encourage good citizens. As a citizen of Washington City, I'm strongly opposed to changing the zoning from low density residential to neighborhood commercial. I feel that my privacy will be invaded and not allow my family to enjoy our own backyard. Any commercial property and the people there would be able to see into my yard and home. The area is surrounded by residential and commercial will drastically change our area. Making the area commercial will not improve the flow of traffic, but add to it. Kimball deserves to keep all of his property without eminent domain being used to widen or change the road. Please do not change the zoning to commercial. And if and when Kimball decides to sell, other uses for this property can be found that are neighborhood friendly and do not cause the residents of Meadow Lane to lose privacy while still facing financial positive for Kimball. Thank you, Holly Lane. The next comment is from Deborah Bowling. She writes, we heard that this property owner intended to put a gas station on that corner. How is this neighborhood commercial? There is already so much traffic on the Washington Dam Road and Washington Fields Road at this intersection. The traffic has become dangerous for those of us living in Indian Knolls subdivision to exit from Seminole Drive onto the Washington Dam Road. This entire area, other than the fire station on Washington Dam Road, is residential, plus the twin churches. We are 100% opposed to a gas station or any other general commercial building on that corner. Next comment is from Julie Carmack. She writes, we are very much against any more commercial building on the dam road. The noise level of the existing commercial properties is bad enough that we cannot sleep with windows open anymore. That would bring more traffic to the dam road that is already too busy for the size. Coming out of our neighborhood has become very dangerous as huge trucks are speeding down the dam road, let alone children and pedestrians trying to cross. Please do not allow this to happen to residents who have invested everything into their home and property. The next comment is from Leonard and Joanna Babel. They write, we support Kimball Gardner's request to rezone his property. We however request that in doing so, the broad deem it's essential that whomever purchased the property be required to first build an 8 to 9 foot sound barrier wall behind Meadow Lane homes bordering Gardner's property. We would greatly appreciate the protection of the commission for our neighborhood. The next one is from Burke Jorgensen. I would like to state a few concerns with the proposals regarding Kimball Gardner's property. I am disappointed by the action taken by the city to take away Kimball's land and to make his property become an awkward mess. It is being said that the widening of the road is necessary. Steps to make this intersection functional for the amount of traffic that is passing through it. This brings up a couple of questions in my mind. Why has the city not fixed the road that is damaged at the southeast corner of the intersection? When the many semis make a turn onto the northbound Washington Fields Road to the east Washington Dam Road, it sounds like someone is tearing down a building. It seems like a logical first step before taking away Kimball's property. It has been damaged the whole 7 years that we have lived here. Why did the city approve the building of a large neighborhood on the road to the dump when they know that the only way for all of those future residents to go anywhere in town is to drive through this already dysfunctional intersection? We have one way in and one way out. The dirt road driving past the dump should not be considered another access point. How are we going to fit two turning lanes from the southbound Washington Fields Road turning to the eastbound Washington Dam Road? I looked at it today, and there is not enough space there to fit a whole extra lane. Can you please address this? If semis are expected to turn in those lanes, I am sure you'll find there is not enough space. I want to voice my concerns about what we heard has happened in this situation. If there is a person from the city approaching property owners and asking them to change the zoning on their property, then I am opposed to that every time. Even if it is a valid request, it appears to me that there is some back alley deals being made. It also brings up the question of what does that person from the city expect? Let's see, let me get out of this. If any of the planning commissioners or the city council is involved in any, excuse me, I'm skipping over this, accusing people of things. We are not, okay. Frustrating citizens are serving. We are no longer term residents who pay our taxes and trying our best to make this city better. Why are our interests being ignored for future residents and future businesses? I'd like to hear a valid explanation by the committee regarding this claim. Please consider our neighborhood and how your choices affect our lives as you make your decision. Thank you, Bert Jorgensen, 609 East Meadow Lane. The next one is from Glenn Thomas. He writes, the proposed change for commercial property on the corner of Washington Dam Road and Washington Fields is not reasonable. This is a huge housing area and not large enough intersection for any commercial operation. Richard, I apologize for the your last name. It's spelled Zyszkiewicz. He writes, I am adding my voice to the other folks living in Indian Knolls community that it would be a big mistake to rezone the property on the corner of Washington Fields Road and Washington Dam Road. The traffic on the Dam Road is already treacherous, with many people speeding way beyond the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. Trying to turn from Seminole onto the Dam Road in either direction is a challenge on any day of the week, anytime. Putting a Maverick station is hardly necessary since there is one already located on Telegraph 2 miles away. Please do not change the zoning to allow this to happen. Keith Funk writes, I am against the proposed zone changed on the property on the corner of Washington Fields and Washington Dam Road. My property is directly north across the Dam Road, so I will most directly be affected by a commercial development. Consideration must be given to the existing residents who felt the residential zoning would protect their homes from the increased noise, traffic, and pollution of the commercial development. Surely you can't be serious about spot zoning this piece of property. Rancho Vista Association writes, we as an association of this community, we would be adversely and directly affected by this zone change. We are already affected by the traffic noise, Jake brakes, hot rod motorcycles and cars, and the pollution from them is already an inconvenience and invasion of our privacy to our community. Adding to that volume would be unacceptable. We desire the protection offered by the existing zoning to be able to enjoy of homes and neighborhoods. I would appreciate your help in voting no to this zone change. Thank you. And the last one is from Beth Messenger. Hold on just a second, I'm just making sure. Beth Messenger. I oppose the rezone of the corner of Washington Fields Road and Washington Dam Road. We do not want a Maverick in our neighborhood on a single lane road. Those are the comments for this item.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the council?
If I could, Mayor, just for Drew, the property owner to the east is a different landowner, of course.
Yes.
And it is zoned what again? You may have mentioned that. What is that parcel zoned?
I'll bring your zoning map up. It's zoned residential agriculture, half acre minimum 2 over here to the east.
Thank you.
No additional comments. I'll entertain a motion to close this.
Oh, yeah.
See. Ready? Good morning. Good afternoon anyway. How are we today? Listen, I'm the victim here, not these other people. I was here 25 years ago before the damn road was even built. I had my home and I've done an immensely amount of work on my home and my backyard. And I didn't have any clue that there was going to be a commercial subdivision north or east of the Washington Dam Road, nor was there going to be a huge development on the 2.5 miles up at the end of the dump. So I'm the one that's being victimized. I'm the one that has to listen to the traffic going up and down the road. And if they widen the road, it comes right over in my driveway. What am I supposed to do? You can't sell it for residential. Nobody wants to buy a house that's good right out in the middle of the road. Nor does anybody want to build a condo or a townhome to the east. So all I'm asking for is some leniency, and like they said at the first of it, commercial will slow the traffic down if it's zoned commercial. No matter what they put in here, it will slow the traffic down. I would appreciate your utmost respect on this, and I've talked to them all. I've talked to the neighbors to the south of me. I've never heard one word from the neighbors to the north on the other side of the dam road. So, and all of a sudden somebody's been talking to somebody because all of a sudden they're speaking up. But I just ask you to take a close look at what we're doing, and the traffic is not going to slow down. It's only going to increase with the subdivisions and the industrial that's going on to the east. So I just ask for your cooperation on doing something here. Thank you.
By the way, Council, that was Kimball Gardner himself. He didn't state his name, but that's who that was.
Thank you, Kimball. Any questions from the council to Kimball? If not, I could entertain a motion then to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Seconded.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Maybe Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item E, public hearing for consideration to enact an addition.
Mayor, sorry, before you go on, do you mind if I make a statement there? Just, I think there was a number of questions that were asked by residents, both in messages that were read here, but also those that came to the council prior that the council has had a chance to review. I don't think we'll be answering those tonight, but we'll be voting on this in 2 weeks and discussing this at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on. Public hearing for consideration to enact additional culinary water zonal impact fee. According to the requirements of the state of Utah, the impact fee service area for this analysis includes the Highland Development Area. Public Works Director.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a small area that is up in the top of the Highlands area in Coral Canyon. This area cannot be served by our existing water tank and pipelines that are up there. In our impact fee analysis, we actually have a water tank that is planned for the area, but there's some other apparatus that have to go in to actually provide pressure to that area, some upsize of the piping, a new tank that it, like I say, is in our impact fee, so it's not included in this. Chlorination building and some pumps. So we did the impact fee study on this area and calculated out that we need to adopt an additional fee for this area of $2,238, which would be on top of our existing $2,412 for a total water impact fee of $4,650. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Mike, this is Councilman Ivy. Would this tank service any other area besides the ones impacted by the zonal impact fee?
No, it will not.
Mike, is there any way that we can assure that residents will? I'm more concerned about them not knowing about this impact fee until all of a sudden it's due when they pull their building permit. Just something that we can stress to the developer of that area, that they need to let people know that that is an additional impact fee for that area.
We can do our best at it. I'm not sure, but I believe the developer, I think he pretty much, well, they sell all their own lots, so we make sure that they actually disclose that on their closings or something to that effect.
Just, I guess, think about it. I'm just concerned that we'll have residents that be like, why do we have to pay this fee and no one else does? And there's an easy explanation once you explain it to them, but I'd hate for them to find out late in the game is all I'm saying.
Yeah, we can put some notes on plats, but I'm not sure if that's going to really get their attention.
Maybe that's the key, is just a note on the plat, and at least it covers the basis that we would notified them.
Yeah, yeah, we can definitely do that, and then at their closing, that note should be brought up.
Is it so I guess we could just put it as a special service area.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a special service, but it's a zonal impact fee, so it's a special zone.
Thank you, Mike.
Any additional questions for Mike? Again, it's a public hearing. Anybody out in the audience? All three of you. Denise, any comments?
Mayor, we do have a public comment from Drake Howe. And he writes, as the master developer of Coral Canyons, Coal West supports this proposed zonal impact fee, as it will make possible the development of the area north of Highland Park. The current Coral Canyon PCD permits the development of this area. However, the existing Grapevine water tank is not high enough to provide the required water pressure for water services on these properties. This zonal impact fee will provide the necessary financing to support the construction of the new tank with the HCP and an elevation establishing sufficient water pressure for development north of Highland Park to be possible. Thank you. That's the only comment.
All right, thank you, Denise. No other comments. I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. Have a
Bundy,
second.
second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye. Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye. Bundy, aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to public hearing F. Consideration to exchange certain real property owned by the city, and thereafter to take steps to exchange such property located on the west realignment of 3650 South. Public Works Director again.
Thank you, Mayor. We've actually talked about this parcel several times on different transactions. This is the Burtis family property on our new alignment out at 3650 South and tying into St. George 1450 to go around the north side of the new temple site. We were going to actually purchase a small triangle piece from them. Found out that we had an issue with the rollback taxes, which is their agricultural zoning would pull them out of that ability on their taxes, and the city would have to pay the rollback fees, which were more than double what we were paying for the land value. So working with the property owner, we're just going to swap them a parcel of ground on their south border, approximately the same size. The piece that we need is 0.095 acres, and we will deed them over 0.098 acres of ground, keeping their property whole to where they can remain in the green belt.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike? Public hearing again. Anybody in the audience, or Denise, any comments?
We do not have any public comments on this item.
Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Bundy, second.
Motion and a second, roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Item G, public hearing for consideration of declaring certain real property owned by the city to be surplus property and take steps to sell such property. The parcel of real property is significant under applicable Utah, Washington City law. Property is being considered for sale to the immediately adjacent real property owners flood control authority based on professional appraisal values. The property is approximately 0.0892 acres and located on the east end of 3650 South Washington, Utah, 84780.
Thank you, Mayor. I will pull up my screen just so we have this one on here. So the property we're looking on, this is another parcel of property that the city acquired using COG funds for 3650 on the east end, going up around the debris basin. So the parcel that we show here in the yellow is the parcel that we're proposing to put on the market and dispose of. The funds that would be generated from that sale will go back to the COG for future right-of-way purchases. The parcel to the red parcel that is to the south, that parcel, what our plan would be we need to put in a small basin there with the construction of that road, which the city's actually working on and finalizing design, but we actually need to put in a small detention basin to meet our LID standards and our stormwater detention standards. And that remainder, will keep that as an easement and then deed that parcel over to the flood control authority, which actually owns the property in the debris basin. I'll take any questions.
Mike, this is Councilman Ivy, and this doesn't pertain to the piece as much as just the question I have. When I first looked at this, I wondered if it might be advantageous for us to look at it for a possible future parking lot for a possible future park there. But now that you've explained that the money needs to go back to COG, do you have any opinion on that at all?
It probably is a little bit far away from our future park site to be a good parking lot. Plus the lay of the ground, it's kind of a little bit hilly there. Take a lot of dirt work to grade that out. Now the Sullivan families who we purchased this property through have made mention that they'd like to actually purchase it back, but we will have to go through our normal disposal process with it, and they'll have the ability to buy it back at that time.
Thank you. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Any from the audience? Denise, anything from other citizens?
We have no comments on this public hearing.
Thank you, Denise. I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So made by Councilman Bundy.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll take a roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Item hearing H, consideration to adopt a resolution to open and amend the Washington City 2020-2021 fiscal year budget for the funds of Washington City. Brian Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. From time to time, it becomes necessary to modify the adopted budget. And this budget, the budget amendment process is important to ensure that expenditures and revenues are supported by budgets. As I outlined in the budget, the briefing document, some of the major reasons for this budget amendment is CARES Act funding, the power had some revenues, and also a capital project and the water tank repair. So with that, do you have any questions regarding this budget amendment?
Brian, I don't have a question as much as I really liked the format. I liked the memo, and I liked the way that you notated each line item and then gave a description at the bottom. From being on the council, it's the clearest it's ever been on a budget amendment. So I just really appreciate the way that you presented that to the council. Maybe that's why nobody's quick to have a question. You can keep doing that.
No additional questions for Brian. Again, a public hearing. And from the audience, Denise, any comments from the public?
Mayor, there are no public comments on this item.
Now I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So made, Councilman Bundy.
Second, Staley.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy,
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item 8, resolution, consideration to approve a resolution amending the Washington City 2020-2021 fiscal year budget.
Mayor, if there's no other discussion, I'd make a motion to approve the resolution amending the Washington City 2020-2021 fiscal year budget.
Staley, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote again.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye. Staley, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Thank you, Brian. Number 9, ordinance. A, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting zone change request Z-20-20. Request from residential agricultural 1/2 acre lots to residential single family 15,000 square foot lots R15 located approximately 2900 South Noble Drive. Applicant Barbara Button.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. I was a sentence and a half in, but appreciate that. The 2-week holdover is now complete, and this item is ready for City Council action. Again, just to remind you that the Planning Commission unanimously recommend approval of Z-2020 for the zone change from the RA half residential agricultural 1/2 acre minimum to the proposed single family residential 15,000 square foot minimum R115 zone onto you, the City Council. Be glad to answer any questions you might have had in your 2-week think over on this one. I'm going to find it for you, good gentlemen, here on your aerial, just to remind you where we're at. And it's this rectangle right here.
And it seems like from the public hearing and prior discussion, there's due to the elevation change and things, there's a limited number of lots that can be built there.
Yes. Yeah, there will be not a large number of them.
And it seems like the drainage questions were addressed. I don't have any other questions. If staff or council doesn't, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that we approve an ordinance adopting zone change request Z-20-20, a request from residential agricultural 1/2 acre lots, RA 1/2,
to residential single-family 15,000 square foot lots, R115, located at approximately 2900 South Noble Drive.
Councilman Bundy, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote again.
Bundy, aye.
Votes aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward aye. Staley aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item B, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting zone change request Z-20-21. Request to rezone approximately 13.567 acres located approximately 600 East and Treasure Valley Road from the current planned unit development residential PUDR zoning to an amended planned unit development residential PUDR multiple family development zoning designation. Applicant Development Solutions, Ryan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight the area. This is where the change takes place. Again, this item also has gone through its 2-week holdover, now completed, ready for city council action. Again, to remind you that your planning commission unanimously recommend approval of Z-2021 for the amended PUD residential to this proposed development. It has the multifamily residential development standards in the PUD. And again, they unanimously recommended approval. Again, it's basically adding 3 townhome units to the project up in this corner. Right here, it was just previously labeled future development. Now, again, the reason all that is this intersection right here has all been addressed. We know where all that's coming and going. And so they're coming in asking for these 3 extra units right up in this corner. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have had in your 2-week thoughts.
Drew, remind me on this alley, I think it's built at 20 feet, right?
It's built at 24, I think he said, yes, because that's what the fire department wanted and they were able to pull it off. The construction drawings are already approved and I think it's been built and it is 20, I think they said 24, but it'd be 22 at worst case, which is more than what I was asking for anyway.
Want to make sure we need to put it in a condition if it wasn't built, but if it's already,
Yep.
It's already been addressed with the fire. Good.
Mayor, if there's no other discussion, doesn't look like that there is. I'd make a motion to approve an ordinance adopting zone change request Z-20-21, a request to rezone approximately 13.567 acres located approximately 600 East and Treasure Valley Road from the current planning unit development residential PUDR zoning to an amended planned unit development residential PUDR multiple family development zoning designation.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote again.
Staley aye.
Ward aye.
Ivy, aye.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is approved. Item C, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting general plan amendment request G-20-07, a request to change the land use designation from civic CV to community commercial CCOM located approximately on the northeast corner, Merrill Road and Sandia Road. Applicants Fields Market LLC / Gold Express.
Thank you, Mayor. The third of the 2-week holdovers with this general plan amendment and is indeed completed and ready for the city action. Again, to remind you, the Planning Commission by a vote of 3-2 recommended approval of G-20-07 to change again from the civic to, as the Planning Commission recommended, to a neighborhood commercial. The applicants was asking for community commercial as their original application, but the Planning Commission 3-2 moved it on as a recommendation to neighborhood commercial. Also, just to state, staff really feels strong that this particular corner needs to be changed to something. Again, right now the civic is way too broad. I think you have more protection by going to the neighborhood commercial. I think even the applicant or the landowner, not the applicant, but the landowner 2 weeks ago told you he's fine with going down with a lower one. So he thought about the PUD or the neighborhood commercial. Staff would like to see neighborhood commercial just due to the fact it's zoned administrative professional in your zoning ordinance, and administrative professional falls under the neighborhood commercial's general plan designation. So staff is really hoping to get this out of civic and into that general plan amendment. Also, just for some information, I think I heard through the grapevine that the car wash in a Facebook post said they won't be building a car wash there anymore. That's not their plan and intent. They're kind of backing out of the car wash, is my understanding. Again, I haven't heard it from them, but again, I've heard it through a couple other reliable sources and through a Facebook post that they were saying they're not going to build the car wash there, the tag and go. Just for information.
Drew, this is Councilman Ivy, and I did have a conversation with Mr. Atkin and Mr. Allgood, and that is correct. They have decided to look elsewhere, but that doesn't change what we still need to look at this general plan amendment. And I understand that the INCOM would make the general plan compatible with current zoning, which is AP. Is that correct, Drew?
That is correct. There's two zones, and that is the AP does fall in the neighborhood commercial. Yes.
So with that, if I could, Councilman, with that thought then, so are you saying that it can't move forward as an AP under the current general plan designation?
It's already zoned AP. The previous council zoned it AP a couple of years ago. And so the zoning is already administrative professional. I'll bring it up on your.
While you're doing that though, Drew, that the AP also fits in the civic, right? So they're really.
Well, everything fits in the civic. I mean, I don't want to mislead anybody.
Unless you're intending to change the zoning, there's no real reason to change the general plan zoning.
Well, I maybe not totally agree there. I think the general plan should be indicative of what the zoning is, where you can do that. And that's what we have an opportunity here tonight to do.
So you're saying that the AP zoning inside this does not comply with the civic general plan zone?
No, I did not say that. And I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying that the civic.
I'm going back to my original statement, which is there's not really any reason to change the general plan zoning unless you have an intention to change the specific zoning.
No, I won't agree with that either. I'm not trying to be.
Going in a loop here though, so you gotta jump out of that and help me figure out.
Councilman, let me just finish my thought here.
Okay.
The civic is way too broad. That's my understanding, and I'm trying to help us in anything future-wise, getting out of the civic, because if someone wanted to come in and put a C3 here, under civic, you would have to entertain that. But if I get it to a neighborhood commercial, you do not have to entertain that. That's what I'm trying to do for you. That's what this does.
You'd have to, okay, sorry, so just to be clear, so you'd have to entertain it, but you wouldn't have to grant it.
It doesn't matter. But we're saving ourselves going through meetings that we should not probably have to do. That's what I'm trying to do, is to help keep things more streamlined, to keep other applications from having to go through the process. That's what this general plan is trying to help you do all along anyway, is to keep that. And moving it to this limits the only zones they can come in and ask. Your civic, they can come ask you for anything. I'm trying to keep us out of that.
Well, with that in mind,
thank you for that explanation.
I guess with that in mind, my thought is this parcel is problematic at best. In the nature of the shape of it, there's only really one location that access can be had that falls in line with our access management. That's right over by the ball field there of the school. And for somebody to have to come back is not a bad thing. This needs to be heavily scrutinized in my view, because I think we all know that road is it's already extremely busy. And with if you go look at all the open land over along Merrill Road, 20 East, 2000 South, and beyond, it's going to become more of an issue. Traffic will be backing up all the way to that ball field corner there, no question. One of the other thoughts is that I have is it was commented before that St. George is looking at zoning some commercial on the other side, the southerly side where that's in St. George. I would suggest that if there hasn't been some communication, that our city needs to communicate with them as to see where accesses are going to be. just good long-term planning there will, we need to kind of know where their accesses will be. If you look at the accesses on Lynn's, kitty cornered across there, their accesses are all 500 feet, which meets the access management minimum. This parcel does not quite meet that, and again, it's just problematic. So my thought is that we stick with what the council done in 2017. I believe it was indicated. Thank you, Councilman Ward. I assume you voted for that at the time. If it has to come back to be scrutinized time and time again, that probably should happen. This is a major intersection. It's going to have major traffic. It's going to back up. It already does. I think if anyone goes over there at busy time, you see it, and it's only going to increase. So my thoughts. I guess if I could, just another thought that I had is, there was some comment, there have been comments about the transition zone, and this certainly with residential right next to it, any sort of commercial there is not going to be a good transition. I think it was thought at the time that it was discussed approved back in 2017 that was probably an issue as well. So, and there was a discussion, of course, about the school pedestrian traffic there. That it's problematic. You can't put a number on that or a absolute, effect that will have on school kids that are walking there. But that is definitely a factor.
So Councilman Bundy, I was actually on the council when this was voted on. And it runs in my mind that the reason for Civic was for a specific use that did not pan out. It's been a long time, but that's what runs in my mind.
The reason for the civic zoning on that was specifically for the school. It was to facilitate the change, the sale of that property that the school actually owned. I think they wanted the original intent was to put a preschool there, I believe, and it was moved back to the corner, but I wasn't involved in any of that either.
So Drew, again, what is your recommendation, just so I know what that is?
I recommend you go neighborhood commercial.
So is there any other better use of this than that?
I don't think so, because of the limited access, the size, again, its location, to other things. Again, you have a zoning there in place that the neighborhood commercial falls in. Again, I'm just trying to save you from the only other possibility that could be asked for if you change it to neighborhood commercial would be C1. That's all that could ever come to you is a C1. You leave it civic, someone could come in with a C2 or a C3 or a light industrial. I'm not saying they have that opportunity to do so. I'm just saying, why put ourselves in target practice if you don't need to be shot at?
It runs in my mind as I looked over some of the comments that were made. And of course, they've been withdrawn because of the tag and go being taken off for consideration. But most all the comments that I remember from the neighbors that live near there was for tag and go. But what it runs in my mind that most of them realized that it needed to be commercial of some kind. And my understanding is the Yancom or the neighborhood commercial is the least impactful to the neighborhood. And within the civic, I kind of tend to agree with Drew in that it seems like that we would open up some conversations that we may not need to have by changing from a designation from civic to neighborhood commercial.
Any additional comments?
Yeah, I'll put in my 2 cents. I think it should be PUD commercial. Then we can look at it as the project comes and we understand it's a tight intersection. I understand that we're only going to get maybe one access on it. It's a pretty small site. That's just kind of how I feel, but I'm not suggesting we go that way. That's just how I would see that. You could general plan it as PUD Right, Drew, is that,
That's an option.
and that's how I would like to see it, but that's just my opinion. Because then it leaves the council to evaluate that site as it comes in with the product that they propose, whatever it may be, and then make the best term. Because if you want to do a mixed zone and do a little bit of AP and a little bit of neighborhood commercial or whatever, you get your opportunity to evaluate it and look at it based on what use is being used, not just a straight zone on it.
I think Mr. Whitehead would like to address the council. Greg, come on up to this one. I think that was turned off. Thank you.
Hey, this is Greg Whitehead. Just first of all, sitting here, it's late. So even when I show up, my wife's, like, oh man, another one of those. So my point is, I'm glad you guys do this and not me. So thanks for the work that you do, because it does get miserable and long and sometimes boring. I just wanted to say, since the application is for the community commercial, but we're we wanted to try and work with the community and work obviously with the tag and go that's been now withdrawn, but exactly what Councilman Coates is saying, we're open to PD commercial. The reality is what we have planned here is very much in line with AP, with maybe some very light commercial, neighborhood commercial uses. So that's kind of been our general plan all along. We had a bit of a curveball with an offer on half of the land, but since that's no longer an issue, our plan all along has been a large majority of it fits right in the AP zoning, but there is just that just a little bit on the fringe where it just the zones, it's hard because you have these very much rigid zones, and sometimes things don't fit perfectly. So as the applicant, I would be open to a PD zone that we can work together and maybe get some of those fringe items that we're looking at that I believe are very light commercial to work on this parcel. So I got to tell you, I've lived directly next. I mean, where I lived in St. George for 5+ years would be exactly one of these homes. I bordered a commercial zone, and I loved it. Okay, it was my preference. I didn't want to move from it because there was nice landscaping, and it blocked a lot of the sound. It was my preference was to live next to it, and that's sincere, completely sincere. So I think it's a good transition, and so I would be willing to alter our application to meet the needs of the city.
So Mr. Whitehead, you'd prefer a PUD over neighborhood commercial, or what do you?
So neighborhood. So to me, it wouldn't matter. So if we did neighborhood commercial, we already have the AP zone, which fits in the neighborhood commercial, but we inevitably will ask for something from C1 because there's just too many what I would describe as light use commercial items that don't fall into the AP zone that we're gonna want to ask for. I would say, now, first of all, I don't know exactly what's going to go there. We're thinking, possibly an office building of some sort, but sometimes on the first level of an office building, you'll get some retail that won't 100% fit in the AP zone. Like, for example, I don't know if we're going to have this, but there's an office building on Riverside Drive. It's a 3-story office building to have a little pharmacy window on it. So that technically, that pharmacy won't fit in the AP zone, but it would in C1. So we've got a few retail vendors that are your very much light use, not intrusive whatsoever, but they are in the C1. They're in the commercial zone. And so if we go neighborhood commercial, we will probably come back asking for C1. If we get neighborhood commercial, we're probably going to have to go C1 because our AP uses will still fit in C1, but there's a few uses that we'll need to pull out of C1. Or if we go PUD commercial, then we can kind of make our own zone that will bridge those gaps. A PUD, it feels a lot more restrictive from a development point of view, and so that makes me nervous. But like I said, I would say honestly, 75+% of what we want to do.
Which part makes you nervous? I just missed that.
Well, in a P, so this is my understanding. In a PD zone, it's a lot. So in a standard commercial zone and an AP zone, there's already a use list that's populated. Some of them are permitted, some of them are conditional. With a PD zone, you kind of have to come in and pick all of your uses. Well, when we're building spec, I don't have any idea necessarily who's going to come and ask to be there. So they may be light uses, but they may not have gotten on the PD list originally. And so that makes, then now we have to come back, reapply, takes more time, costs more money. So that's not the best idea. That's not the best case scenario. C1 still feels the best because there's a list of permitted and conditional uses that's already populated. In the PD zone, we have to create that together, and sometimes light uses get left off that list. So
That's a good point. Do you mind if I interrupt you and just ask Drew to weigh in on that? Drew, is there a way to give some maybe broader approval on a PUD through that process, so they didn't have to come back unless it was something outside of what was granted?
Unfortunately, no, but I will point out this. You can ask for a PUD zone in a neighborhood commercial general plan designated property. Just so everybody kind of knows that. You don't have to have a PUD general plan designation to go for PUD zoning. You can ask for PUD commercial or residential in a residential designated area or commercial designated area. So Greg's kind of already willing to go that way, but I think you can still, Councilman Coates especially, and Councilman Ward now, I mean, if you want to let him know, hey, we're not going to give you probably C1, if you want C1 usage, you're going to have to do a PUD. That's what I'd let him know right now, but you could still keep your neighborhood commercial, designation, what we're asking for, but you could still, he's willing to do a PUD, or you could let him know, hey, if you're going to come in for C1, we're not thrilled about going C1, but you'd have to do it in a PUD application. Now, I hope that all makes sense to everybody.
Just one other question for that same thing. So, but the PUD would also fit in the civic general plan, right?
Well, it says any zone, so yeah.
Listening.
But again, I don't like the broadness of the civic because of that.
It doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, we're going to work together, and whatever we decide is going to get approved. But to Drew's point, yes, it's cleaner to make it more specific, and obviously civic is supposed to be more civic related, but it has this kind of loophole. I'm not speaking for Drew. That's how I see it. So anyways, I'm open now. Hearing Drew, I'm open to neighborhood commercial. I'm fully aware there's uses that will not work here, and those uses may be permitted in a C1 zone. So I'm completely open, and my partners are completely open to working with the council to come up with and eliminate some of the uses that flat out won't work on this piece, like a car wash clearly is not going to work. So in that spirit of the law kind of thing, so we're open to neighborhood commercial or PUD. In this case, I guess neighborhood commercial might be even easier route. But
well, I still fall on PUD, and I look at it as it is more upfront work, and we might have to do some other work, but it gives us some confidence in what we're going to get, and it just nails it down. It's more upfront work, and that's where I feel comfortable with this tough property corner. And if it was standard corner, we'd probably be like, yeah, we got accesses, but with the tightness of the traffic and only the half-built road, who knows when the south half is going to be. Sure, St. George will come and deal with that when they need to deal with that. Yeah, when that property gets developed. But I'm more inclined to move forward with a PUD commercial. So that's how I'm landing. I don't know the rest of the council, but that's how I'm landing on this parcel.
Enlighten us, council.
I thought it might help. I just the talk of so south of this property, totally south. That.
You state your name.
I'm Greg McCarthy. So I just thought I'd give you a little information on what's happening south. So it is designated, it's general planned commercial. It's owned by the church. And that land will not be, I've been informed that that land will not be touched for about 5 years, meaning nothing will come in for 5 years on that land. The road will be widened by that point. The city of St. George has intentions of widening that road. There's a large storm drain project that's coming down from the new temple that they have to get done first, and that's going to take a little bit of time due to the expense associated with it. It's going right through the middle of that property. But the city is working towards it. They want to get it done. So again, there won't be any additional commercial on the south side until that road is widened. I've been informed it's about 5 years before anything's going to happen there, at least.
And
So just to give
Councilman,
you some additional information.
sorry, Councilman, it's my understanding that there's actual tip funds that's been looked at for this widening of the road, but that will be down the road, probably halfway in between that, 2 or 3 years out, is my understanding.
That's correct. It's contingent. They just need to get the storm drain piping that's coming from the new temple up to that. And that's such a huge pipe, such a large expense that they have to have it go over a couple budgeting years to get it done. So they're definitely in process, just take a little bit of time.
Did it help answer questions?
So just for clarification, sorry. So Drew, just for clarification then, did I hear you say that with it in the civic designation in the general plan that AP could be, they come in with an application for AP or PUD commercial?
Yes, any zone.
That's okay, just want to.
Any additional questions or comments? Anybody want to make a,
So just for the record, the applicant is good with PUD commercial for the general plan for I guess it's PUD, right, Drew? There's not a designation until we get to the zone. It's just PUD.
Correct. But I would, as part of it, I just say lending toward commercial use. I'd just like to have it in the minutes because that's what your intent is.
With that, I'll make a motion that we approve the consideration of general plan request from G20-07 to change the land designation from civic to PUD with the commercial use located at approximately northeast corner of Merrill Road and Sandia Road.
I'll second that motion.
thank you, have a motion and a second, we'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, nay.
Goats eye.
IDI.
Ward nay.
Staley, nay.
All right, that's not approved.
So that motion's just died, Mayor.
What's that?
That motion didn't get approved.
So I guess, well, let me think about that. So you would commit the whole property to a general plan PUD?
Yeah, so we have the general plan of PUD and then they just come in and tell us what they want, but it's not a super large site.
No.
So I'm just,
I guess I don't mind the PUD. It seems like the reason we kind of came this process is because they were looking for the tag and go. They were looking for a C2, something like that. I don't necessarily. I could probably wiggle a little bit off of AP and do the PUD, but I would almost just no difference to shorten the process and just go straight to the PUD, but makes this meeting almost just not makes this request not make much sense. But I guess
the other thing that could happen, but it's a risk of the applicant, is say it gets denied, they can still submit on the civic as a PUD if they want.
So, say that again.
So say this. I mean, we had a motion to move it to PUD and it got denied. So say if someone denies this zone request, they can always, because this is for general plan.
Right.
I still am confused on why we're here, General.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking the same
So
thing.
I'm like, they can come back at the P and submit a PUD at that time, but they can't come back and submit a C1 on Civic, is my understanding, unless that's different, Drew. You got to correct me if I'm wrong.
Now, what was your question there?
And did I confuse you? Did I go around in circles? I did on myself.
Well, I mean, you were kind of directing toward Councilman Ward, and then you threw my name in, so I was kind of.
So what I'm saying is that if you
Could ask for C1.
say it is denied tonight,
Right.
they can come back with a PUD as the actual zone change and not come in as a, but if they wanted to do a zone change for C1, they couldn't do that because the general plan is Civic, correct?
No, any zone. Civic allows for any zone to be applied for.
I'm confused.
Any zone. They could ask for residential, they could ask for industrial, they could ask for open space, they could ask for whatever zone I have, they could ask for that in the Civic. It says all zones in your general plan.
So basically, I mean, we're here because they were looking for a C2, a tag and go. Drew is just supporting us, narrowing it down to something besides Civic. I hate to move it just because I feel like we're signaling to the applicant that we're going to give a lot on this zoning. I think the AP is appropriate, although I could wiggle a little bit to go there. So if the applicant comes back with some reasonable AP project or a PUD zoning on that, I guess we're fine. But if the applicant sells the property and somebody else, or they come back with more C2 and more other stuff, then I get Drew's point with why we would want to change the general plan.
So Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. Help me get a look then. So they would have to essentially start over?
Yeah, if you deny just their application to change it at all, they have to go back to the drawing board. And again, we're back to where anybody could come in and try to come in and give you a C2 zone proposal. They could come in, and if they found something that was light industrial that still looked kind of business-like, they could ask for that. You know, because a Civic allows them to. I'm just trying to eliminate all these ones that will probably not happen. So why have that out there as availability for them to even apply for it, is what I'm trying to do, is narrow the field down to where they can only apply for this or that, but not for anything.
And with that,
Give it to them, but they can still apply for it.
and with that, Mayor, unless there's further discussion, I would,
Yeah, one more further question. So just give me the list of what is available in community commercial again, Drew?
Community commercial is C2 and C3.
So it excludes AP.
It doesn't exclude it. You could ask it, but it could go up to C2 and C3.
A neighborhood commercial?
That's just AP and C1. And that's it.
And Drew, if we make this change to the general plan to neighborhood commercial, what, and I'm going to say 3 options would the candidate or the applicant have?
The 3 options would be AP, C1, and they could ask for a PUD commercial.
And would the council have any, would they be compelled in any way to, at that point, to change it from administrative professional?
No, you could deny that zone change request.
So you're saying that by changing from a civic general plan land use designation to a neighborhood commercial, then we narrow down the options of what could be brought forward on this to AP, C1, or commercial PUD. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we would have no duty or expectation that we would have to change the zoning if we feel like administrative and professional is the correct zoning. This just lines things up.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
so with that clarification, Mayor, I'd like to try another motion.
I'd like to hear Councilman Staley what your concerns are. I haven't heard any of yours, so. No, I appreciate that, Councilman. You know, I've actually given this a lot of thought, and currently I just feel strongly that the administrative and professional is the best use
I'm conflicted to give anything more than that. But it's not to say I wouldn't entertain it if it made sense, but I'm just really sensitive to the school, sensitive to the neighbors, and I feel like the administrative and professional zoning is appropriate. So, you know, I would probably be inclined to vote in favor of a neighborhood commercial designation, but I would be on the record as saying that I would make no commitment to, at this point, to any commercial zone changes. But I'm comfortable with the neighborhood commercial general plan designation, because I think it narrows it down from this broad civic where they can apply for everything. So with that logic, that's why initially my thought was I don't think we even need to worry about changing the general plan designation, because I like the current zoning, but I understand where Drew's coming from. So I would probably be in favor of changing the general plan land use designation to neighborhood, because that narrows the options for the applicant to come back. But I like the
I'd be
AP zoning.
hesitant to do that though without the request of the applicant.
Well, I'm not making a case by any means for that. I'd like to hear, you can hear from the applicant. I just for the record, again, I'm not making a case for this. I prefer the AP zoning, but I know the planning commission took a request for recommendation for CCOM and recommended to us NCOM. But I'm not making a case at all. My stance is I like the AP zoning.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance adopting general plan amendment request G-20-07, the request to change the land use designation from civic CB to neighborhood commercial NCOM located approximately on northeast corner of Merrill Road and Sandia Road.
I have a motion. Do I have a second on that?
Well, I'll give it a second just to bring it to a vote.
Thank you. I do have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Bundy, nay.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
That passes 4-1. Thank you. Move on to item D, consideration to approve an ordinance enacting an additional culinary water zone impact fee according to the requirements of the state of Utah. The impact fee service areas for this analysis includes the Highlands development area. Mike Shaw.
We had, if there's no discussion on this, we've had the public hearing. I move that we approve the consideration to approve the exchange of certain real property owned by the city and thereafter take steps to exchange such property located on the west realignment of 3650 South.
Second.
Wait a minute. We're on item D.
Didn't know it.
Oh, well.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was reading me.
I apologize. Oh. Not on 10 yet.
sorry.
Close.
D then. Okay, so I move that we approve the ordinance to enact an additional culinary water zonal impact fee according to the requirements of the state of Utah, and according to the service area for the analysis, including the Highlands development area.
Thank you.
Second that.
Motion and a second. The roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. It's approved. Item 10, real property. Consideration to exchange certain real property owned by the city. Thereafter, take steps to exchange such property located on the west realignment of 3650.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the exchange of real property owned by the city and exchange of property located on the west realignment of 3650.
Bundy, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Consideration to of declaring certain real property owned by the city to be surplus property and take steps to sell such property. Parcel of real property is not significant under applicable Utah or Washington state law. Property is being considered for sale to the immediately adjacent real property owners, flood control authority based on professional appraisal values. Property is approximately 0.0892 acres and located on the east end of 3650 South.
Mayor, I'll make the motion if there's no further discussion to approve the certification of real property owned by the city to be surplus property and taken to such sale property for the flood control authority.
Sunday second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Maybe Coates, aye.
Sunday aye.
Thank you. Item 11, consideration to approve the Bonnie Lane 1100 East roadway dedication plat. Mike Shaw.
I guess I'll jump in on this. This is just the dedication of the road that will be kind of the extension of 1100 East and the Bonnie Lane tying into the Howcrofts development. Can't remember the name of it right now.
Desert Flower, Ridge Point. There's a couple of them there.
Hey, Mike, I have a question. So you're recommending this easement prior to this dedication before the road is built. Any idea on timeline? I mean, you could do one way or another, but usually you see the road built first. Do you have a timeline on the road?
Yeah, correct. It usually goes first, and we probably won't even, as Public Works, won't sign off on the dedication plat until the road is actually constructed. The plans we've reviewed plans. They're just finalizing the agreement with the Winter Haven development. Last week we had a meeting with the Winter Haven development and the property owner. So this is kind of getting a little bit ahead, but it's not uncommon for us to approve the dedication prior to the road being constructed.
And there are a few moving parts right there where it connects into Telegraph near the Parkway. That just a little bit of a jog or a little bit of movement to make it work.
Correct. There'll be some improvements the city will have to do on the north side of Telegraph on 1100 East.
And you're comfortable with this?
I am. Like I say, we won't sign off on it. It won't get recorded until Public Works is actually comfortable that either the road they bonded to build the road or the road is built.
What about bonding for it if it's not built, Mike?
Yes.
Made that a condition.
Yes.
Okay. There's no further discussion. I'll make a motion to recommend the approval of Bonnie roadway dedication for Bonnie Lane and 1100 East roadway with the condition that the roadway be constructed prior to recording of the plat or bonded for.
Staley, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Again, we'll do a roll call vote.
Ward, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy aye.
Thank you. I would like to make entertain a motion to table 12A.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to table item 12A, consideration to approve an interchange cooperation agreement regarding Ironman.
Staley, second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bundy aye.
Coates, aye.
Maybe aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll go on to a report from any assigned committees. And it will be necessary to go to a closed session for items A, B, and C. Character of professional comments of an individual, pending or potential litigation, and purchase, exchange, or lease of property.
Mayor, of course, this is a busy time of year for the Legislative Policy Committee. There are some current bills that are rising to the top, ones that are ones of concern, I guess. The one that the league sent out today was SB 18, personal property tax exemption amendments. Many people have weighed in on that, and besides, there's a $32 million fiscal note attached to it also. So that's kind of one of the main reasons that. Anyway, I'm not going to go down a list. I'll just mention that HB 98, which is the one that we talked about last time. It is it's one of the most unusual bills that I've seen since I've been doing this. Not a long time, but it's just quite a divide between that. There's one group of people that are strongly in support and another group that are strongly against, and it is creating some dialogue and some interesting debate. So we will, again, that is the bill that would essentially allow a builder to hire a private inspector, and it's one that there's a lot of backstory to that, but essentially that's what it is, and that is all I have, Mayor. Just
Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else have report? All right, I'll entertain a motion. We moved our closed session.
So moved.
Seconded, Councilman Bundy.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Brief recess, 5 minutes.